I now call to order this regular meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It is Tuesday, February 21, 2023. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, I will. Mr. Solt.
Here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Here.
Ms. Dern. Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Mr. Sweet.
Present.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Ms. Zalatel. Here. Mr. Cross.
Here.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Mr. Volland.
Here.
Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Not happy to be here, Dan?
I am happy to be here over the phone.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Helzer, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Quinn Davidson, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement toward decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. We have minutes from previous meetings. Mr. Vice Chair, may I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of December 20, 2022, the special meeting of January 6, 2023, and the regular meeting of January 10, 2023?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel, seeking unanimous consent on the approval of the minutes. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the minutes from the regular meeting of December 20, 2022, the special meeting of January 6, 2023, and the regular meeting of January 10, 2023 are approved. Next is the Mayor's report. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. Today, my office released the final report of the Project Anchorage Task Force. I want to thank all the participants of the task force, including Member Voland, for their contributions and insight. Depending on the Roger Brooks assessment and building on efforts underway by AEDC, the task force came up with a comprehensive list of suggestions and strategies to improve our community. The in-depth conversations and thoughtfulness that went into shaping the report are truly valued. We have already begun the process of reviewing and analyzing the report with the expectation of bringing forward policies for the Assembly and community to consider. Between the work of Project Anchorage and the Choose Anchorage effort led by AEDC, I am confident great strides will be made in 2023 to enhance downtown and make our city even better. We have the information, we have the talent, we have the ideas, and we have the resources to do the work. Now is the time to act and work together to move our city into a brighter future. On tonight's agenda is a proposal to consider providing paid paternal leave to executive and non-represented employees. When I first came into office, my administration scrapped the hastily implemented proposal the previous administration had put into place. We put a pause in that plan then, not because I disagreed with the concept of the policy, but because of how it came to be and was done at the last moment. That is not the way to shape good public policy. I want to say that I respect this process before us tonight and the work that has gone into the ordinance by members Quinn Davidson, Zalatel, and Chair LaFrance. I welcome the discussion and look forward to hearing how the public views this. A robust debate on the topic of paid paternal leave should take place. We know we are facing a talent crisis in this city. We know that other big employers are exploring creative ways to recruit and retain employees. And we know that the MOA cannot compete against wages in the private sector, so perhaps a policy like this is warranted, especially for families looking to grow. We want to encourage child rearing, and we want to support the family unit, which is the most vital building block of our society. Being a parent is the most important and difficult job in the world, certainly no doubt to that. We must find ways to support young parents, and this may be the right avenue. I do think it is important, though, to consider this policy through the view of equity. When considering the idea of providing one class of employees a set of benefits that another class does not have, we must weigh how that impacts both morale and staffing. Additionally, of course, with all great ideas, there comes a cost. We will indeed need to do a deep dive on the overall financial impacts this policy could have when it comes to fully implementing it for all Muni employees. I thank the members and staff who brought this forward and look forward to the discussions ahead of us. Tomorrow, my office is hosting a roundtable with local African American entrepreneurs. In honor of Black History Month, we are inviting local leaders in to provide insight on how we can make Anchorage better together. The roundtable will feature various entrepreneurs from different industries. The event will take place tomorrow from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. in the Mayor's Conference Room on the 8th floor of City Hall. I look forward to seeing you there and to the conversations that will take place. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Zalatel has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mayor, in your comments around the parental leave policy, and I don't want to get into that, you did mention the considerable vacancies within the municipal workforce. Could you talk a little bit about what your administration is doing to address those vacancies? We're seeing upwards of over 10%, sometimes 30% vacancies. Excuse me. And my concern is that municipal services could start to be affected. We've had to approve many contracts to move these services into contractual, on a contractual basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or through the Chair to Assemblywoman Zalatel. I'll have Kent Colhayes, as he manages most of the departments, to get his assessment as to your question. Thank you.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, again, I would like to hear from you. I think the municipal workforce and the city really needs to hear from you in this time about what you're doing to ensure that municipal services can move forward with considerable vacancies.
Yeah, through the Chair, Ms. Zalatel, I know we all like a lot of things, but again, we'll go to the expertise for answering that question. That'll be Mr. Colhayes' thing.
I don't need an answer that if the mayor can't do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next is the Assembly Chair's report. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge the terrible accident this weekend at Turnagain CrossFit. My sympathies go out to the family and loved ones of the individual who passed away and to all of those who were impacted. Thanks to our first responders and the volunteers who responded so quickly to the incident. Welcome, and thank you all for being here tonight, whether in person or online. I hope everyone enjoyed the President's Day weekend. Serving as an elected official requires leadership, dedication, vision, and a servant's heart, so it is right that we recognize those who have served in this highest office on behalf of the people of our country. Last week, I attended the opening of Catholic Social Services 3rd Avenue Resource and Navigation Center, which will provide basic services, long-range support, and employment services to people experiencing homelessness. This is a critical piece in the housing safety net that the Assembly and community providers have been working to bring online through the Anchored Home Plan. I also attended the Betty Davis African American Summit, along with the Vice Chair, pertaining to health and equity, which featured uplifting speakers and important conversations on health and education. Congratulations to both of these groups for your accomplishments on behalf of our community, and happy Black History Month. The Assembly continues to receive feedback from the community about the snow removal situation. We continue to look into how we can keep our city streets and sidewalks running safely and efficiently. At a committee meeting last week, we heard from snow removal operators and got some feedback on some of the issues surrounding this issue. And later on tonight, we will take up an ordinance that proposes authorizing temporary snow disposal sites so we can clean up excess snow around town. I do want to note that the parental leave benefit ordinance, which the mayor referenced, is only on the agenda for introduction. The public testimony and debate on this ordinance is scheduled, assuming the item is introduced, for the meeting of March 7, 2023. And more will be said then on that. I will just say that many organizations have figured out how to make this work, and I think this is something that the municipality can do as well. Item 10B1 on the agenda tonight is the Assembly's 2023 work plan. If approved, the Assembly's 2023 priorities will include launching a housing initiative supporting the Port of Alaska modernization, monitoring the municipality's financial health, promoting public health and safety, and conducting the business of the Assembly in an open, accessible, and transparent process. The document also reviews the Assembly's accomplishments from 2022, which include investing $40 million in affordable housing through 3 hotel to housing conversions, a Providence supportive housing facility, affordable family rental facilities at Cook Inlet Housing and Shiloh Housing, and support for emergency shelters at Covenant House, Catholic Social Services, and others. The Assembly also helped the fire and police departments move to 24/7 service for mental health first responders, and we made considerable investments in parks, trails, childcare, mental health services, and workforce development. On the consent agenda is a resolution proposed by members Rivera and Zelatel and me and Vice Chair Constant, asking the legislature to inflation-proof the base student allocation and forward fund school funding. This resolution recognizes that prioritizing and investing in public education is critical to student success and essential for our community to be an attractive place for families to live and for our economy to thrive. If any other members want to join as co-sponsors, you can let the clerk know when we get to the consent agenda. There's a lot to say concerning mismanagement of the municipality. However, I'll keep it short. I want this community to know, especially our hard-working municipal employees, that the Assembly is doing everything within our power to safeguard the municipality's interests and people, including approving emergency ordinances to add more controls to municipal spending and to clarify the powers of the municipal ombudsman, as well as continuing our inquiry into the investigation on the tenure of Mr. Gerace as the Health Department Director. We've also added meetings so that we can assure that municipal business is conducted in a timely manner with these additional levels of insight. Mr. Mayor, I again extend an invitation for a moment of personal privilege for you to address what is going on in your administration. I know you will not speak to confidential personal issues, but there is no legal cause that prevents you from responding to the community's questions regarding the financial health of the city, low employee morale, repeated issues with improper contracts and financial paperwork errors, and the mass exodus of your executive staff. As always, Mr. Mayor, this is a standing invitation. Our community deserves a response. Hearing none. As usual, we have a very full agenda tonight. This is a business meeting, and we are here to do the work of the municipality. Please help create a climate of respect in the chambers. Refrain from personal attacks, speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, and pacing. Keep signs 8.5 by 11 inches in size. Please keep the aisles clear except when lined up to testify. Please do not approach the dais. If you have something to share with the members, please hand it to the clerk, Mr. Turner, down here below, for distribution. Please stop speaking if a point of order is called so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there is an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. If you are here to testify in a public hearing item, when you come forward, please state your name, the community council or area of the municipality in which you live. Please stay on topic and direct comments to me or other people on the dais. I'll interrupt you if you're off topic. It's helpful if testifiers provide comments and any proposed amendments for items before the body. You'll have 3 minutes, and community council representatives will have 5 minutes. And please keep in mind that assembly members don't typically answer questions during this period of public comment. That comes later during the debate portion, as public testimony is the public's time to speak. Again, thank you all for being here tonight. We will now go on to committee reports. I will start to my right with Mr. Solt.
Nothing to report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Perez-Verdia, anything to report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No updates tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Dern, any report?
Nothing to report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Dern. Mr. Rivera, anything to report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last week, the Housing and Homelessness Committee met, and we spent most of our time reviewing the administration's plan for demobilization. As was seen in the media, the mayor did withdraw his administration's support from using Centennial as a sanctioned campground. I appreciate this action and look forward to coming up with a realistic plan with the community to address our community's needs. There will be a meeting of the Housing and Homelessness Committee on Thursday, March 2nd from 11 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at City Hall, room 155, where we will finish up items on the agenda that we didn't get to last week. Finally, on Thursday, March 9th from 11 a.m. to 12 noon, the Municipal Audit Committee will meet to discuss PVRs, performance value results, and fund balance at City Hall, room 155. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Sweet?
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweet. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. This last week, the Enterprise and Utility Oversight Committee had an opportunity to meet and discuss with the director of AWWU details about the Asplin Wastewater Treatment Facility disinfection system, its operation overview, had a conversation about the various methodologies of disinfection of solid waste heading out into the inlet and what's at stake if we don't maintain and keep a system that the EPA decides is at a high enough level to allow such discharges. The reality is if we don't maintain it properly, we could see ourselves on the hook for $1.5 billion upgrade, which is not on anybody's agenda, a good idea for government. We invited the HLB, the Heritage Land Bank, to participate, but did not have participation by the administration on that topic. Then we had a discussion on the snow hauling contracts. Members of the public might have heard there are some concerns about the way work is being meted out to the various primary and supplementary contractors and other entities who are being contracted to haul snow that don't seem to be either the primary or the supplementary contractor, but are being seen hauling snow for the municipality. There are many questions still on that topic. It's an open conversation that will very likely see the light of day in the not too distant future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No report.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Cross?
Yes, Madam Chair. The ACDA met last week. Two large items that we were dealing with was increasing the communication with the Downtown Partnership for downtown snow removal. Maybe a lot of people didn't realize this, but the Downtown Partnership, the businesses downtown are responsible for snow removal in front of their businesses, but there was a lack of coordination between the sidewalk clearing and our municipal snow clearing. So what you would have is you'd have them come through and clean the streets, and then they'd take the sidewalk snow and put it back into the streets, and there was a lack of communication. So significant efforts have been done to improve that, to make sure it's more of a synergistic effort to clear downtown snow more efficiently. And then also, it's important to note that because of the snowfall, of course, obviously through January, they don't come out to the end of January to see how December numbers were. Because of the abnormal amount of snow downtown, the ACDA did have a significant shortfall in funds into December. We'll be dealing with that, but just basically nobody was parking downtown. Meters were inaccessible, and so there was a significant income loss there, Easy Park in our downtown revenue, and we'll be dealing with that with future efforts. But other than that, we've got a lot of fantastic projects on the site, and there's a lot of effort being put into creating and revitalizing different areas around Anchorage, what we can go into more detail later. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Budget and Finance Committee met last Thursday afternoon, and some of the highlights of what we went through, we heard a report from the Budget Advisory Commission, as we typically do. I had asked in January for Mr. Utrenka, the CFO, to please provide some information about the MLMP fund. As many of you might be aware, we had $15 million set aside from the sale of MLMP when we sold it to Chugach Electric, and that was specifically pursuant to a stipulation by all the parties set aside to stand up an Alaska Treatment Center. We spent about $10 million of that to buy the Golden Lion, and that was in December of 2020 that the sale went through, I believe, so it's been sitting there now over 2 years. Well, I guess it was used by some of the mayor's associates from WECA, but other than that has just been sitting there unused. And so I had inquired to the CFO what happened to the remaining dollars. There should be about $5 million left that we could easily use to get the Golden Line up and running. Some renovations had already occurred in the past. It should be pretty close to being ready, but to the extent that the administration believes there is not funding, that was cleared up at this meeting. There's $5 million sitting there available to use on the Golden Lion to get that ready to go. So hopefully we'll be getting an update. We asked who was the point person for the Golden Lion at the meeting, and no one from the administration knew who the person was to talk to. So it feels like there's a little work on their end to get back to us. So hopefully we'll hear about that at the Special Housing and Homelessness Committee meeting. We also got, so Grant wasn't there, but Grant prepared a memo, which was really helpful, and just want to say thanks again to him for doing that. We got an update on FEMA reimbursement, continues to hum along really well. Just special thanks to Mr. Thurn, who has gotten the municipality, I'm trying to remember the number, but I think we're at close to $100 million of reimbursement at this point. And then finally, I had inquired about alcohol tax fund balance. We have a 2022 fund balance that we were not informed the amount necessarily, but the administration had put forward an appropriation to spend $4.5 million on sheltering. And so they just provided a memo that I had requested right before this meeting that says that $2.1 million of that is only available because they did not fully implement the mobile crisis team. So the public, we can talk about that more during that item, but that's unfortunate to hear. So I think that's enough for now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Voland, anything to report?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No report.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Ethics and Elections Committee met on February 15th, where we had an in-depth discussion on conflicts of interest and disclosures. We also got an update on the upcoming municipal election, and 1,014 military and overseas ballots will be mailed out on February 27th. The remaining 198,542 ballots will be mailed out on March 14th. The Community and Economic Development Committee met on February 16th, and we discussed a biannual marijuana licensing, and we also reviewed a report from the Anchorage Economic Revitalization and Diversification Advisory Committee on the planning and building permitting inspection process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Next is the addendum to the agenda, and before we get to the addendum, we are going to address the laid on the table items. We have two laid on the table items. Both are supplemental. I will read them into the record. The first item is supplemental to 11A. It is an unnumbered AIM from the mayor, subject additional information supporting Assembly Memorandum 73-2023. And again, that is a supplemental item, so it does not require a vote of the body to be laid on the table. The second item is supplemental to 14E. It is an unnumbered AIM from the mayor, subject additional financial information regarding AR 2023-43. And again, that one is supplemental and does not require a vote of the body in order to be laid on the table. At this point, Mr. Vice Chair, may I have a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items?
Second.
I didn't make the motion. Yeah, I'll go ahead and I so moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson, seeking unanimous consent. Is there any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, the addendum as printed and distributed and the laid on the table items have been incorporated into the agenda. Next, we have appearance requests, and we have two tonight. The first one, Michael Patterson, the People's Movement for Justice. If you come forward and state your name. Oh, one moment, please. Let me make sure the clock is in. Welcome. And if you could make sure the microphone is on, go ahead and press the button on the box in the middle. There you go, it's on.
Okay, well, thank you. I will try not to yell. Thank you for your time today. My name is Michael Patterson, and I'm speaking as a representative of the newly formed grassroots effort, the People's Movement for Justice. In April of 2021, Anchorage voters approved a special tax levy to equip Anchorage police officers with body-worn cameras. It has been 2 years since we voted for body cameras, and we still do not have them. Recently, at a public safety committee meeting, the chief of police said that we wouldn't have body cameras until the fall of 2023. This is simply just an unacceptable circumstance, and frankly, it's an undemocratic usurpation of the people's will. Not only do we not have body cameras, the Assembly, the current administration, the previous administration allowed APD to take point on facilitating the public process with regard to body cameras. That's the same as having the previous HR director investigate HR for hiring the former health department director. It doesn't make any damn sense. I've heard the Assembly decry recently Mayor Bronson's lack of transparency, his efforts to hide from accountability, but where is the Assembly's outrage at the Anchorage Police Department for their efforts to hide from accountability and transparency? I'll tell you, the Assembly never really cared. I sat back here in 2020 when the BLM resolution was being read. Assembly members were crying. Every Assembly member, with the exception of Jamie Allard, talked about how Black Lives Matter. But then just a month and a half later, the same Assembly, the same body, created Back the Blue Day in August. That doesn't make any damn sense either. And the reality is that the reason that is that APD has sabotaged the public process. This body has allowed it. This administration has allowed it. The previous administration has allowed it. And so where is the respect for the people and what we want? It's not here. And the reality is, and furthermore, the reason why we don't have body cameras is because the police have things to hide. And that is evident by the video footage of Bashar Hassan being executed by APD in 2019. And the fact that the municipality mentioned in court documents that they never would have given Bashar's family that footage to their attorney if they knew it would have been public. So shame on the Assembly and shame on the city. You told us to trust the process doesn't work, and that's intentional, so we choose protest over process. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Cynthia Gachupin. Welcome.
Hi. So my name is Cynthia Gachapine. I'm with the Party for Socialism and Liberation here in Anchorage. Today I'm going to be talking about the housing situation, homelessness situation that we are currently in. Anchorage is facing a housing crisis, and it's only getting worse since the pandemic began. We have over 3,000 people in our community that are facing homelessness. This number will continue to grow if we don't start treating housing as a human right. I say housing is a human right because there is no reasonable alternative to housing, especially here in Alaska. Putting hundreds of cots into an arena is not a reasonable alternative. Investing tens of thousands of dollars into a navigation center that resembles a disaster relief tent is not a reasonable alternative. The city has wasted countless resources and time with Band-Aid fixes when we all could have invested in actual housing options and financial assistance options that could have kept people housed. I've talked to many people who have contacted 211 for financial assistance to avoid eviction, like they have been told to do, only to hear that there's no funding available. This has been a standard response since the federal emergency housing assistance ended. The only real fix to this issue is to have housing managed like a public utility, and although that may sound like an extreme measure, it's not as extreme as housing people in arenas and campgrounds or having a whole family live in one hotel room. We need to do better as a community and ensure that Anchorage as a community is a community that our children want to grow up in and stay in. Because at this pace, I don't see younger generations staying here, especially when they have when we have a large portion of rental property that is utilized as short-term housing, for example, Airbnbs. It's ridiculous that we're allowing Airbnbs to be so unregulated in this city, to the point that a bulk of the current rental listings only offer 6 to 9 month leases. I can't imagine being a young person in this city right now looking for housing because most of these units are out of their price range and only want to offer short-term leases. No one that plans to stay in this community long-term wants to sign a 6-month lease knowing that they will be asked to move once summer comes because their landlord prefers to make fast money rather than having long-term tenants. Instead, they'll choose to leave the state and go to a city that isn't so poorly managed and housing isn't so poorly regulated. I'd like to see our city become a little more modern and adopt something as basic as a housing authority. It's embarrassing that as the largest city in Alaska, we don't have a housing authority. It's time we look at our housing situation without being so naive about the situation that we are in and actually implement real change. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. I will go down the dais and ask each member if they would like to pull any items. Before I do that, I do want to mention again to members if they wish to be added as a co-sponsor to a resolution on the consent agenda, you can do that when we go down the dais. We can just ask the clerk to add you. I do want to give direction to the clerk regarding an item for introduction. It is item 10G5, and that item has 2 aims attached to it, and the first one, 10G5A, actually should be a standalone item and not associated with this ordinance. And so, Madam Clerk, if you would pull out that aim and bring it back before the body on the next agenda as a standalone item on the consent agenda, I believe that is the process we can follow.
Will do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So I will start to my left with Mr. Peterson. Do you have any items to pull tonight?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Voland, any items?
No items. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10B3, 10B4, 10E4, 10E5, and 10E6, please. Thank you.
And that was under 10B Bravo 3 and 4, and then under 10E Echo 4, 5, and 6. Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Cross?
No items, Madam Chair, but I did want to note that I will, on item 13B, I will be moving. So if anybody's here to give testimony on 13B, that comes later this evening. That is the adoption for plan review. I'll be moving to extend that. We're still doing amendments. So if anybody's here to speak on that, just know that I'll be moving to extend that. So you can reserve. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My items have been pulled.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I'd like to pull 10D5 and 10D10 and 10F5.
Ten Delta 10 and 10 Foxtrot 5.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Sweet?
Nothing to be pulled, but I would like to be added as a co-sponsor for the aforementioned BSA resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you add Mr. Sweet as a co-sponsor to item 10B5?
Will do. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera, any items to pull?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My items have been pulled.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Ms. Dern?
Yes, I have nothing to pull, but I would like to add my name to 10G1 and 10B5.
Thank you, Ms. Dern. And so that was item 10G1 for introduction and item 10B5 on the consent agenda.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Perez-Verdia, any items?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items to pull this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Solt?
My items have been pulled, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. I will go back over the list. Under 10B, Bravo, 3 and 4 by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Under 10D, Delta, 10 by Mr. Constant. Under 10E, Echo, 4, 5, and 6, Ms. Quinn Davidson. And then 10F, Foxtrot, 5, Mr. Constant. Are there any other items that anyone wishes to pull tonight? Mr. Vice Chair, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Is there any discussion? Sorry, seeking unanimous consent? Hearing no opposition, the consent agenda, with the exception of the pulled items, has been approved. And for the public's information, what this means is the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you were here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. We will now take up the items that we pulled from the consent agenda, and we will start with the first item, 10B3. Resolution number AR 2023-55, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly approving the continued temporary delegation of the acting Anchorage Health Department Director position to Kimberly Rash. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Excuse me. Move to approve. Yeah.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Quinn Davidson, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Go ahead, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you. For both this and the following item, I just wanted to get an update from the mayor on, Ms. Rash has been acting in the director capacity for a while. What is the status of the search, and, where are we in finding a permanent director?
Through the Charter Member Quinn Davidson, Kent Colhays. We have 2 candidates who have applied for the position, and we are reviewing the applications. We have not moved forward with interviews yet on that position.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to thank Ms. Rash. I see she's here for serving in that position. I know that these acting positions can be tough. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So a couple of things on this. I appreciate Ms. Rash's service and want to see her continue in the role until a permanent replacement is found. This apparently lapsed because it's retroactive to February 8th, and that does give me some concerns. My assumption is that this ensures that Ms. Rash's pay and everything just continues. But I also would presume when it lapsed that she couldn't sign anything as the health department director during that time because we didn't have someone actually acting in that role. That's a question. And then I will, after that question's answered, move an amendment. Thank you.
Through the Charter Member Zalatel, yes, her appointment did lapse. We had it ready to go, and we didn't get it in OnBase in time. We did consult with the Department of Law regarding Ms. Rash's ability to continue in that role last week, and they advised that the retroactive delegation was sufficient for that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So on line 29, I move to amend the time period to 60 days.
Second.
A motion to amend has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Constant. This is an addendum item, so it will be in the blue folder for Assembly members who are using the paper version. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As these temporary appointments and extensions move along, I think we need to start shortening the time period. We really need to be tracking because at some point these just compound, and we need to really be having conversations about what the permanent position is going to look like. We have so many acting positions, and when someone's in an acting appointment or an acting position, they're not doing their other job that they were hired for, and I think that has an effect on municipal services. So I think shortening this one, especially in light of Mr. Colhays's update, makes good sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. And would you repeat your amendment one more time?
Yes, Madam Chair. On line 29, have it read for a period of appointment no longer than 60 days.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment on line 29 to change the period of appointment to no more than 60 days.
Mr. Volland, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 12-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2023-55 as amended.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Volland?
Yes.
Item 10B3 is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 10B4, resolution number AR 2023-56, a resolution of the Anchorage Assembly approving the continued temporary delegation of the acting Anchorage Municipal Manager position to Kent Colhase. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Quinn Davidson and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Go ahead, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Same question, and hopefully the mayor will answer this time, so Kent doesn't have to speak to the hiring process around himself.
Is there a question in there?
Same question as last time. Would you like me to repeat it?
Sure.
Okay, just wondering, since this is a temporary appointment, what the long-term plan is for filling this position and any status updates you have about the municipal manager position. Thank you.
This position, the same thing happened here as happened with Ms. Rash in Health Department. We missed the deadline for OnBase. That's what I do. Now as to the long-term plan for the municipal manager position at this time, Kent and I are still in discussions on that.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 amendments to this item. I emailed the clerk the language for this first amendment. Add at line 21, whereas Kent Colhase acting assignment as municipal manager pursuant to AMC 3.30.066H, but is intended to return to the position as the Public Works Director.
Second.
An amendment has been moved by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The previous item where we appointed Mr. Colhase or kept him in this acting municipal manager position was under that particular piece of code. That particular piece of code is different than just a mayoral appointment. It's an acting appointment that's made when a qualified employee may be required to serve temporarily in and accept responsibility for a vacant higher level position because it's in the best interests of the municipality. That has been my understanding with regard to Mr. Colhase's appointment, and that it is not one where the mayor at this time intends to bring it forward for confirmation. So I think we should just be really clear that the extension is under that particular code provision and have it state as much, which means that the intent would be for Mr. Colhase to eventually return to the Public Works position.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Mr. Soltz?
So I just want to clarify that through the chair. So if Mr. Colhase is for some reason interested in this role, would he be able to accept that role, or are you pushing him back to his previous role?
Thank you, Mr. Soltz. There's nothing within this language that suggests that a new appointment to the municipal manager position, because right now he is acting. He has not been brought forward as a candidate for it by the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Soltz. Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Any further discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Zalatel Amendment Number 1.
Mr. Volland?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 12-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have another amendment at line 24. After the words acting municipal manager, add under AMC 3.30.066H. And on line 26, change the number of days from 90 to 60. 60.
Is there a second? Seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. The first portion of the amendment is so that the resolves portion of this resolution is consistent with the understanding and intention of what section of code Mr. Kohlhees is appointed under, and 60 days is very much like in speaking to Ms. Rash's appointment, that as these go on, we really do need to be following up on them more closely. I know there is a 90-day window, but I think these positions are so important. I would either like to see Mr. Kohlhees brought forward as a candidate for the municipal manager position permanently, or have him return to his acting position in his actual position in Public Works, which is currently not what he's doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Ms. Quinn-Davidson on the amendment? Okay. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on Zalatel Amendment Number 2, which amends line 26 to insert under AMC 3.30.066H, and also changes on line 26, 90 days to 60 days.
Mr. Volland?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 12-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess this question is probably for Mr. Kohlhees. Could you tell me, so you're acting muni manager, and then who's acting as Public Works Director, and where does Lance fit in? And then I know Melinda Sue is acting as PM&E Director. So kind of what chain of events did that cause you bumping up?
Through the chair, yes. So Melinda Sue is acting PM&E Director. She's a project manager in the department, so I'm in close contact with her, as is Lance. My current permanent position as Public Works Director is vacant. Lance, having served in that role, is now the Director of the Office of Economic and Community Development. So he oversees not only the Public Works Department, but Planning and Development Services as well. So he's, unfortunately for Lance, is filling part of the duties of the Public Works Director position as well, and I occasionally field some of the things that are coming up in that area as well.
Got it. Thank you. May I ask a quick follow-up? Do you have a sense for how many director level or executive appointment positions are vacant right now?
4 or 5.
Oh, you're not counting acting. So 4 or 5 vacant.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then a number of maybe a dozen acting, or 5 acting? Okay. Mr. Trombley saying 5 acting on top of 4 or 5 vacant. Okay, thank you.
No, go ahead, Adam.
Yeah, through the chair, Ms. Quinn-Davidson, if you give me just a bit, I can actually write it out and figure it out for you. So I can speak up later.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Next is Mr. Volland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I would definitely be interested in hearing from Mr. Trombley on those numbers. It is concerning that not only do we have acting roles that have been extended a few times in these director positions, I think that kind of creates sort of like a de facto, this person without assembly confirmation is in that role for who knows how long, and I think we sort of saw the beginning of that practice with the director of the library. So I'm concerned about that, but I'm also concerned with having 5 or so vacant director positions. I mean, is that kind of weird to not have someone in that role as the director of public works? I find that concerning, and I wonder how that is impacting those departments. Is that something that has precedent? I think I would just be interested in hearing a little bit more from the administration about how they're going to address that in a timely fashion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Mr. Voland, are you asking for a response on that question about how to address these staffing issues now?
Yes. Is there a normal precedent for there being so many vacancies in those executive level positions? How is that impacting those departments? And what is the administration doing to fill those roles in a timely fashion going forward?
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Mr. Mayor, will you be addressing that question?
Through the chair, if I may, I apologize, I missed part of the question because we were consulting to make sure we answered, I think, Member Quinn Davidson or Member Zalatel's question correctly. So there are currently 5 positions that either have a vacant, that are either vacant or have an acting director. I think I stated a little bit incorrectly that there were 4 or 5 that were vacant. There's one that is currently vacant, that's the real estate director position. That was not funded in '22, it is now funded, and we're actively looking for a candidate there. The other 4 positions that I'm aware of, and Adam can help if I missed one, Development Services has an acting, PM&E has an acting, Health Department has an acting, the Municipal Manager position has an acting. And I apologize if I missed part of Member Voland's question.
Should I follow up, Madam Chair?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Voland. I didn't catch that last part.
Oh, I was going to say, should I follow up with Mr. Colhase? He said he didn't quite catch part of my question.
Yes, if you want to go ahead and restate your question for Mr. Colhase.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification on the numbers. The other parts of my question were, how is that impacting daily operations in those departments, and what is the plan going forward to get those roles filled ASAP? Staff.
Through the chair to Member Voland, I can't quantify the impact. Certainly I suspect there are impacts, and part of the impact is that people like Melinda Tsue or Kim are doing maybe not double duty, but they're doing a lot of extra work to stay on top of both their acting director duties as well as the duties and the position that they've stepped up from in order to help out. So there is an impact, certainly. What are we doing to fill them? We're advertising. We have candidates in at least the health department position that we're considering. We have, I know in PM&E and other places, we've reached out beyond the normal Muniverse job page and have gone to places like the American Public Works Association and other locations. Frankly, some of these positions are just difficult to fill. In the private sector, for example, somebody with the level of skill and ability to run PM&E would make 40 to 50 to 60% more than they make here. That's just a fact of life. So you're always looking for people who are interested in public service and want to contribute to their community, and we're constantly on the lookout for those folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks, Ken.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Thank you, Mr. Colhase. Mr. Solz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment. So Friday, March 3rd at 1:30, we had the boards and commissions special meeting on appointments. So if there is anyone that, or any openings that we can fill before then, appreciate having those nominations or appointments put forward so we can get as many as we can that day. And the second comment is just to the public. If you know people that are interested, may have skills for these roles, please encourage them to reach out to either the mayor or the assembly so we can get some of these filled. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solz. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks for that list. I think when I said director level or executive level, so I was just thinking there are more. For instance, there's a muni attorney right now who is acting, and there's a vacant deputy chief of staff position, presumably. So There probably are others. I just wanted to note that since I don't think that description captured all of them, but thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Kohlhaas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In response to Mr. Salt's comments, certainly if any members or anybody knows of somebody who has the set of skills necessary and they think they would be a good fit for a director position or a board and commission, we would welcome that. We recruited very hard for the Development Services Director position last year. Lance Wilbur put in a yeoman's effort. We had several strong candidates. All of them were out of state, I believe, and ultimately the candidate we selected decided that move was not for his family. So we welcome candidates with open arms. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kohlhaas, and I just want to be clear that the item that is before us, the resolution, is only pertaining to the extension of the temporary delegation for the acting municipal manager. We're not taking up anything with boards and commissions right now, but always happy to have interested people apply. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Mr. Kohlhaas for being in this acting role. I am sure it is not easy, and I can only imagine the learning curve on a shift from Public Works to the municipal manager's position. I would also say that given the news about how our workforce has been treated, frankly, until the mayor addresses those allegations and talks about what protections are there for the municipal workforce, I think the municipality is not going to be an attractive place to work, regardless of pay. What we know is that people are attracted to municipal service because they want to serve, but they only want to serve if they know they can do so being assured of their job and that they have the appropriate protections of a workplace. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Next is Mr. Voland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to briefly echo Ms. Zalatel's appreciation for Mr. Kohlhaas. I have greatly appreciated the ramp up in both quality and quantity of communication when Assembly members have questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Mayor Bronson?
Yeah, I need to address the issue of how people are treated in the public. Last week we had a meeting, I believe it was a work session with Housing Homeless, and municipal employees were overtly abused by the assembly members that were in there, calling them liars.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel. What rule do you believe has been broken?
I don't think that Mayor Bronson is addressing the issue of the municipal workforce and as to recruitment and retention of employees. Thank you.
It goes to that, Madam Chair, clearly.
Mr. Mayor, hold on, please. I need to rule on the point of order. Ms. Zalatel, it's my understanding that the mayor is not speaking to the question you have raised. I would agree. Mr. Mayor, do you wish to speak to Ms. Zalatel's question concerning the issue she raised with municipal employees?
Yes.
You are not speaking to that, Mr. Mayor.
I was speaking to the issue that she claimed, I think this is verbatim, the abuse of public employees under my administration. That's the issue I need to address.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on. Go ahead, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say thanks to Kent. I've been here almost 5 years and been working with him from the beginning, and he's a person of great integrity, and I think it's really, really lucky that we have him in this position right now, probably holding many things together. So I just want to say thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson, and thank you, Mr. Kohlhaas. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2023-56 as amended.
Mr. Voland?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Item 10B4 is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 10D10. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 116-2023, Statutory State Administrative Services Fee for Workers' Compensation. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. This item is kind of problematic. If you go to the memorandum form, it doesn't note, there's an empty parentheses describing what this fund comes from. It talks about 2022 gross worker compensation payment, 2.9%. I can't tell if this is a payment for penalty or a payment for just premium. And then there's a second document attached which has no description of what it is. It's just a table that goes on for 13 pages of line items of expenses of some kind. It talks about date of occurrence, some of them going all the way back to 1981. And so I can't make sense of what this item is, but we're being asked to appropriate over, what is it, $194,000. And so usually you would expect a memorandum to have enough information in it for a reasonable person to be able to make an assessment of what we're being asked to fund. And so I'm hoping on the record now we can get a reasonable statement of what this is expected to fund so we can make an informed decision.
Through the chair to Mr. Constant, I believe that Risk Manager Tracy Mears is on the phone. She's actually here in the audience in person, and this is her item. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we'd love to understand what this is. Yeah, the green button.
Just press the button there. Welcome.
There you go.
There we go.
And you can pull it down if you would. Perfect.
Okay. Through the chair, I'm Tracy Mears, I'm the risk manager, and thank you for the question, Assemblymember Constant. This is an annual payment that's due every year to the State Workers' Compensation Board or the Bureau of Labor Division of Workers' Compensation, and it's basically a 2.9% of every benefit paid in 2022 or each previous year as an annual payment. And I believe it goes to fund the Division of Workers' Compensation.
So it's a premium. It's like an annual, you have to pay a percentage of this cost. It's not based on occurrences have happened and somebody's been hurt and we owe this much money because the state covered it.
Yeah, it's based on the amount of benefits paid in the year that, and now we're paying it in 2023, but it's for 2022. And that table that you were talking about is the actual listing of benefits that were paid. And the year 1981 and so forth, that's the date of the actual injury, but some injuries occur over a long period of time, so you'll see those.
Okay, so this isn't a premium payment. This is, when you say a benefit, what you mean is we had to pay out something to protect somebody who was injured. Each one of these lines is somebody who may have experienced some kind of a workforce injury of some kind covered under workman's comp. So it isn't actually a premium. It's like okay, it's really long.
I know.
For 1 year.
Well, this is every workers' compensation claim that we have pending that had benefits paid in 2022. And again, some of the injuries go back a very long time, depending on the nature of the injury. It can
Right, so
last
I
forever.
see that, like if you look at the dates of the claims, and again, it's hard to tell, claim ID or AWCB, they have a date code to them, and it appears that that date code identifies to where, when in time that injury might have happened, and there's a 13-page record here, and there is 7 pages of a 13-page record of 2022. Is that a fair assessment of the nature of the claims?
I would say yes. I'm sorry, I don't have the working papers in front of me to refer to, but we have more 2022 claims than we do previous years because a lot of claims will drop off as soon as the injured worker is fine and doesn't need treatment anymore. And so we'll have more in the previous year. Going back further, we have less claims.
That's a very reasonable answer. So to our auditor, now it makes sense why we added workman's comp to the audit plan to get a sense of what the annual level of harm is happening to our workforce that we're paying claims for. And just to you, thank you for putting this together, Ms. Mears, and I would ask in the future some in the memorandum itself, because normally this kind of a document would come with an AIM tool, which is an information memorandum, this whole spreadsheet, but I can see now that it's part of the memorandum that precedes it. It would be nice to have just a little bit of a description in the memorandum of what this information is. Then I won't have to pull it and talk about it.
Thank you. I will certainly do that in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. I'm hoping that the CFO can fill in the missing piece of information under the fund certification. We have the numbers. The paragraph there is to explain to us which fund it is. We've had this conversation a lot that we need that parenthetical explanation. I would like to get those words and actually amend this document so it's complete when it gets loaded into the system. Or Ms. Peterson from OMB if she knows.
Through the chair, Assembly members, I'll tell, yes, I am not the CFO, but the Director of Office of Management and Budget, and the name of the fund is the Workers' Compensation Fund.
And so that would be the appropriate description for where this is coming out of, is the Workers' Compensation Fund?
Correct.
Okay. Madam Chair, may I make an amendment?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I move to amend on line 21 within the parenthetical. It reads Workers' Compensation Fund.
Second.
An amendment has been moved by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Constant. Do you wish to speak any further to the amendment, Ms. Zalatel?
Just that we should make sure our documents are complete for the record. Thank you.
And again, that's an amendment on line 21 in the parenthetical to insert Workers' Compensation Fund. Any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment to line 21 to insert Workers' Compensation Fund.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Voland?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 12-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 116-2023 as amended.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Voland?
Yes.
Item 10D10 is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 10E4. Resolution number AR 2023-49, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating miscellaneous operational grants fund 261010, unused transfers.
Waive reading.
Thank you. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Quinn-Davidson and seconded by Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Are we on, I assume we're on 10E4, but the screen, okay. I'm just making sure we're on the right item.
We are on item 10E4.
Okay, great. Ms. Peterson, I think, knows this is coming, so apologies for making you do this again. She, for both 10E4, 10E5, and actually 10E6 as well, she described at the Budget and Finance Committee meeting why she was bringing these forward, and I just didn't fully grasp it. So if you wouldn't mind, Ms. Peterson, just running through, explaining that, and I think Meg was trying to figure it out too, so we might have some follow-up questions. And can you tell us, is this something we see all the time? I don't remember this from before, but I might have just missed it in prior years.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Quinn-Davidson. No, it's not something that we do annually. The reason that we're doing this is because last year when our 2021 financials were complete, the auditors had a recommendation for us on the use of our special revenue funds, and that's in accounting language, that is what this fund is called, is a special revenue fund. And so there's a restriction on the type of revenues, the type of activities that can happen in those kind of funds. And we were making operating contributions / transfers into that fund, and that is what they were saying were ineligible activities in a special revenue fund. And so in order to fix that. That's why these 3 documents are coming, is because we have created a separate fund in the operating line of funds. And so that will be designated as specific operating projects. So instead of appropriating these as transfers to the special revenue fund, we're going to appropriate them to a designated operating fund. And so it will house only those project activities.
May I ask a follow-up? So you're doing that just to fulfill auditing requirements, and the money will still be there and be accessible for that special use, but just won't sit in that type of fund?
Correct. Yep, that's exactly it.
I see. And so may I ask another question? So these are funds that aren't, typically in our budget, right, if we don't use all of our funds, sort of goes away, you just have fund balance and then you reappropriate potentially the next year. So is this different in that these funds could roll over beyond just the annual calendar year budget?
No, they will have to be appropriated annually. So it's not a capital fund. It's not, so we're restricted on the funds that can be multi-year funds. And so this will actually be appropriated annually, but because it's specific to the projects, each year we'll know that, okay, this project got this far, through it, and so the remainder of it will get appropriated to finish the project, basically, and it'll allow us even more visibility into looking into those projects, and when they're done, moving that funding back into operating, or reappropriating it to another project. But right now, it kind of gets, it kind of stays in this fund a little bit. Mm-hmm. Even after projects are done, you'll notice that some of these appropriations happened quite a while ago. So it's cleaning up some of those. We worked with the departments to determine if they were projects that they were done with or closed, or if they wanted them to roll over things that we're going to continue on. So.
Let me ask one final question. Were they all lumped into one fund before, and now you're breaking them out into specific ones so it's easier to track as well?
No, they'll all go into the same fund, but we have a mechanism to track them individually as projects. So each one of them will be accounted for separately inside the same fund.
And is that why they're in different items here?
No, the reason that they're in different items on here is because we're doing 3 different things. There is this first group is the projects that the department said that were complete, and so the balance of them is just moving it back into the originating fund. The second item is projects that are going to continue, and so we're appropriating that into the new fund. And then the third one is new appropriations that were still in their operating funds, and so we're moving it to the new fund instead of moving it to what would previously have been the 261 fund.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that explanation. I have a couple of follow-ups because I still don't fully understand. I just want to take one of the, on 10E4, there's the Anchorage Metropolitan Police Service Area Fund, and it shows a $389,000 item for APD Mobile Intervention Team, originally appropriated through AO 2020-105. What is happening with that? Are we putting money back toward mobile intervention, or there was unspent money with regard to mobile intervention and now we're putting it into this special restricted fund? I'm just not clear on the mechanics.
So that specific one is, those were unspent funds that were in the 261 fund from a prior year. And so we're moving them back into the operational fund of APD in 2022. So we have now programmed annually for that MIT program. And back in 2020, we didn't have that. So the money was sitting there for use, but now that it has an annual appropriation, this money is going to move back to their operating budget, which would then fall into the close of the 2022 year.
Thank you. May I ask a follow-up? So for this one in particular, I'm concerned because the mobile intervention team is also alcohol tax funded, and I'm worried about the fact that maybe we supplanted funds that we otherwise had because we didn't know we had these when we were doing the alcohol tax. And so if the intention is to still use these for the mobile intervention team, then I guess why did we appropriate alcohol tax funding for that purpose?
So we wouldn't have been supplanting them because we increased the service to that program based on where they were in 2020. So this is just funding that they didn't end up using from that appropriation. So the service level is actually continuing or increasing with the alcohol tax funding that was appropriated.
Thanks. I'm uncomfortable with this, I'll be honest. I understand it's an accounting thing, but there are many, in this particular item, there are two that are connected to other work being done in the alcohol tax, and I don't have a good sense of where these intersect with the alcohol tax and the spending there. And so I would prefer to postpone this, or I'm just not going to vote for it right now because I think that while we say it's just an accounting thing, one of the things it's doing is it's putting $389,000 plus back into the mobile intervention team. And there was a lot of work done in the last budget cycle to find money in alcohol tax to have the mobile intervention team match the mobile crisis team. And this would have been a lot easier to use had we known about it. And it wouldn't have had us appropriate the same, the equivalent amount necessarily in the alcohol tax, and we still would have gotten the service level increase. Similarly, if there's $107,000 available for shelter support, and we are hearing about requests to do shelter support out of the alcohol tax, I would really like to better understand the intersection of these things. So I'll follow the lead of my colleagues, but right now, I can't support this until we get a better idea of that intersection. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Courtney, I'm intrigued. You mentioned that you have a method of tracking these projects, tracking them for projects completed, projects to continue, and new projects. And so how do we access this tracking system so that we can see as well where projects stand? Because we have a funding request, I think it's the last item on our regular agenda, the 14th, that is reappropriating a bunch of money from projects. And they're projects that aren't completed, right? And they're projects that a Senate could look at and think there was shenanigans happening that made those funds remain available, but we don't have any insight into how those projects are tracked. So if such a tracking system exists, A, this is news to me, and B, it's good news.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Constant, the tracking mechanism isn't specifically who the project is completed, but it tracks the project separately from other funds. And so you can see if the project is completely spent or if it has remaining funds in the same fashion that we are doing in the alcohol tax fund. So when you look at it, you can see what that remaining balance is. And we do work with the departments, just as we did with the alcohol tax, in determining whether or not they're continuing those programs with this specific funding source or whether or not the project is complete.
And so is that a tool that's in SAP or what?
Correct.
Where is it?
Yep, it's in SAP.
So our staff could access this report, or is this something we need to come to you for?
Nope. We would absolutely be willing to work with Desiree or anyone else from your staff who would like to learn the reports and finding those tools, because it's a budget versus actual report that everyone has access to.
Okay, we might be knocking on your door. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So, we've talked a little bit earlier in the meeting, whether it was us or members of the public, about accountability. And I will say that this item just doesn't make sense to me from that perspective. I read this item, but apparently I didn't understand it well enough. So I really thank Ms. Zalatel for raising that question. There are a lot of needs in our alcohol tax, and so if this is undercutting those needs, that's just as a concern to me. So question to the administration, I guess to OMB, and then depending on that answer, I will make a motion. How timely is this item, or is it timely at all?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Rivera, it is timely as is part of the 2020 close of the books. And so we're trying to get all of those transactions completed to stay on schedule and getting not only the first quarter budget finished, but also our annual report completed.
Thank you. So would just, I guess, one additional follow-up. So would a postponement of 2 weeks to allow these items to come before either the Budget and Finance or the Audit Committee, would that be detrimental?
It would not be ideal. We are trying to get these all completed because they do require journal entries as well, so that's moving more pieces. So all of that just kind of puts a longer timeline on getting the completion of all the transactions done.
Okay. I appreciate that response in that the department sees it not ideal. I think that said, I think it would be not ideal for us to have a really clear understanding of what we're doing, especially if this is something that's going to be new. If this is something that is going to be a process we're going to be using from here on out, we should really get a clear understanding. So I will go ahead and make the motion to postpone this to the meeting of March 7.
Second. A motion has been made by Mr. Rivera to postpone item 10E4 to the meeting of March 7. It's been seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Anything further on the motion, Mr. Rivera?
No, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just so I understand the motion, what would happen in the next 2 weeks? Would we have some sort of work session, or would it come before? Is there a committee? Budget and Finance isn't meeting in the next 2 weeks.
Would you like me to respond, Madam Chair?
Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. So maybe I just got my calendar wrong. I did get my calendar wrong. Okay, so then, yeah, I would then suggest probably the best option is a work session on one of our Fridays. I would request that from Assembly leadership. Thank you.
Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to say, with regard to the mobile intervention team line on this one, we are going to be talking about Crisis Now and mobile crisis and things, so we could briefly address it at health policy if need be, but I'm also okay with a work session. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Any further discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone item 10E4 to the meeting of March 7.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Voland?
Yes.
The motion is approved 11-1. This item will be back before the body at the meeting of March 7. We now have before us item 10E5, resolution number AR 2023-50, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating transfers in the amount of $229,292.19 from the miscellaneous operational grants fund project purposes to transfers. Thank you. What is the will of the body?
Mr. Rivera, would you like me to move to postpone this item to March 7th as well, so they all stay together?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sure, I'll go ahead and make that motion. I was just looking to see if these were alcohol tax related. I'm not sure they are, but for consistency, sure, let's do a motion to postpone to the meeting of March 7th.
Second. A motion has been made by Mr. Rivera to postpone item 10E5 to the meeting of March 7. It's been seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera, did you want to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Same rationale as the last item. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion on the motion to postpone? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone item 10E5 to the meeting of March 7.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Mr. Voland?
Yes.
The motion is approved 11 to 1. We now have before us item 10E6, resolution number AR 2023-51, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating amounts of $1 million from the Beetle Kill Mitigation Project, Anchorage Fire Service Area Fund 131000, Anchorage Fire Department, and $1 million from the Long Range Transportation Plan Project, Area-Wide General Fund 101000, Planning Department as transfers. Thank you. What is the will of the body?
I will go ahead and move to postpone this item to the meeting of March 7th.
Second. A motion has been made by Mr. Rivera to postpone item 10E6 to the meeting of March 7. It's been seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Anything on the motion, Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Same rationale as the last two items.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve item 10E6 to the meeting of March 7.
Mr. Voland?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
The motion is approved 11 to 1. Item 10E6 will be back before the body at the meeting of March 7. We now have before us item 10F5, Information Memorandum Number AIM 51-2023, Banking Services Contract with KeyBank, N.A., Finance Department. What is the will of the body?
Move to accept.
Second. A motion to accept has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. So this one is another one that it's very cryptical in its detail about what it does. It states it is for $100,000 for banking services. And it was very hard to grasp what that meant, that we're paying $100,000 for. And so thankfully, one of our council office found last year's contract authorization, which had a substantial amount of detail about what we're being asked to purchase here. And so some of my concerns were allayed. But I think, again, it comes back to this message that these documents should communicate enough information that an average person, by reading it, can understand what's being contracted or expressed, because it's, financial banking services, good Lord, what does that mean? And so for $100,000, but again, having seen AM 298-2022, which this does reference, which gives a little guidance, there's enough information for me to support the acceptance. But again, I'm just going to keep expressing that these documents need to have just enough information to communicate.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the reference to the emergency ordinance 2023-2, which lowered the contracting authority amount. This contract was signed on January 31, and the emergency ordinance became effective February 1, 2023. This just barely preceded the institution of the emergency ordinance. So if it would have come before us, somewhat to Mr. Constant's point, I think it would have had more information. And I think that is really a big piece to why we instituted the emergency ordinances, is to ensure that we're getting enough information to be able to approve such contracts. So I do appreciate you putting it in the context of the emergency ordinance, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to accept AIM 51-2023.
Mr. Voland?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Item 10F5 is approved 12-0. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I move to supplement item 14E, AR 2023-43 with an unnumbered AIN that was emailed to everyone and I think was passed out to everyone on the dais. That includes a statement from the Emergency Shelter Task Force.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Rivera moved to lay on the table a supplemental item to item 14E. It was seconded by...
That was me.
Ms. Quinn Davidson. Before we move on, Ms. Zalatel?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness, of which I'm the Executive Director, convenes the Emergency Shelter Task Force, and I participated in the meeting today, so I would ask to be excused with a conflict.
You are excused, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Rivera, on your motion?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I would ask members to please accept this AIM and feel free to review it before we get to the item on today's agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no members in the queue, I will seek unanimous consent on the motion to lay the unnumbered AIM on the table and to associate it with item 14E. Is there any opposition to the motion? Seeing and hearing none, the unnumbered AIM for after, okay, has been laid on the table and associated with item 14E. Mr. Soltz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe in relation to 14E, there's quite a few people here to testify on the emergency shelter, and I just wanted to propose changing the order of the day to bring that forward. So I'd make a motion to change the order of the day to bring 14E forward.
Mr. Soltz has made a motion to change the order of the day to take up item 14E next. It's been seconded by Mr. Cross. Go ahead, Mr. Soltz, on your motion.
Yes, if I could just see a number of hands of people in the audience that are here to speak on 14E, which is the cold weather shelter. Okay, so to my point, rather than have them stay till later in the evening, towards the end of the agenda, try to get this moved forward before the 11s.
Thank you, Mr. Soltz. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I oppose the motion, particularly because there are some other items here that I know people are here to testify on here in the public hearing items. And also when we have our items in the 11s, those are held over items from previous meetings that usually probably are getting close to needing action. They shouldn't just be continually pushed. So I would like us to proceed at least with the 11s, see where we're at, and keep moving and kind of keep with our normal order of business unless we see it's getting terribly late. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Constant?
Thanks, and I would say there's at least one item in the 13th that's been on our agenda since the 10th of January, that there's some folks who have sat through every hour of every meeting since that day attempting to have that item heard, but it just continues to get punted, and so I'm hopeful that that item, whether it passes or not, can be dispatched with tonight before we get too far into the business, because literally it's been on our agenda since January 10th. So anyhow.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to change the order of the day to take up item 14E next.
Mr. Volland?
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
No.
Mr. Presverdia?
No.
The motion fails 5-7. We will go ahead and take up item 11A. Under unfinished business, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 73-2023, Amendment Number 6 to Shoreside Petroleum, Inc., Shoreside Non-Encumbering Contract C-44 1091, Furnished Petroleum, Oil and Lubricants, POL Products.
Waive reading.
Thank you. This item was postponed from the meeting of February 7, 2023. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
A motion to postpone indefinitely has been made by Ms. Zalatel and seconded by Mr. Presverdia.
That was Mr. Voland.
Or seconded by Mr. Voland. Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. We had requested last time to get information about kind of where we were with the various burn rates. I think there's still a lot of questions about, and we kind of deep dove into some of those, but didn't get answers at the last assembly meeting about the Hickle trucks utilizing the municipal fuel depot. McKenna, sorry, thank you for the correction, my apologies. And I'm not comfortable with this item, and we've had the chance to have the information come forward, and until the information is here, I think we should postpone the item, and I don't know when that information will be provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Kohlhees?
Madam Chair, thank you through the chair to Member Zalatel. We did provide an AIM today. I apologize that it was late on the table, and we weren't able to get that completed prior to the deadline last week for addendum items. Just to summarize it quickly, when the contract was prepared and the budgets were prepared for, I believe it was 2022, the work was done in 2020 and 2021, and between the time the contract was prepared and the original contract capacity amounts were determined at about $3 million a year, I think. Gasoline went up by 30% year over year, and diesel fuel went up by 80% year over year. That's what led to the significant increase in the burn rate on the contract. Right now, out of the $9+ million in current contract capacity, we've used about $8 million of that, and we're with the rate we're hauling snow and other work, if we get another snowfall, and additionally considering that this fuels fire department vehicles, transit vehicles, and other vehicles, this is critical that we get some additional capacity on the contract. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I ask a follow-up?
Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kohlhees. What did you say our current spend was? You mentioned it, and I didn't get it written down fast enough.
Through the chair, we've spent about $8 million of the $9 million, or we've used about $8 million of the $9 million in contract capacity on this contract.
Okay, and one more follow-up, Madam Chair. And the $4.375 million you're requesting for additional capacity, is that sufficient to get us through the end of the year?
If I may, Madam Chair, I would refer to, I'd ask Purchasing Director Rochelle Alger to come to the podium. One of her staff prepared this. Thank you.
Through the chair, Assembly Person Zaltel, I apologize for that, that's very loud. Based on the calculations that my team member did with working with the other departments, we do believe that that number should sustain us through the end of 2023.
Great. May I ask Ms. Alger to follow up? Can we get those calculations? Last time when we were asked to increase fuel and we finally got the calculations, it was very useful, and we ended up appropriating actually less than what was requested, but it was sufficient to get through. So I don't know if those could be sent tonight. I'm a little bit reluctant to try to dive in to look at the calculations tonight while we have other significant business pending, especially since this request had been pending since the last meeting. But let's just start with the question of, can we see the calculations?
Through the chair to Assemblymember Zalatel. Unfortunately, I don't think so. The team member that I have working on this is at a family birthday party for his child,
Okay.
so I can reach
Thank you.
out. I did reach out to, I was able to reach one department before we brought this up this evening, and that department was telling me that they are running a little low, so.
Okay, thank you. So I'm just going to speak really briefly to the motion to postpone indefinitely at this point. I don't feel comfortable with this. We don't have all of the necessary information. Obviously, the information exists, but we're not getting it. And based on what we experienced in the last fuel issue, I think we need to do our due diligence to make sure we're not authorizing a significant spend beyond what is reasonably needed. This $4 million is a lot of money, and it has to ultimately come from somewhere. And I would like to have the information and not necessarily lay it on the table in order to make this decision. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Thank you, Ms. Alger. Mr. Kohlhees?
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Member Zalatel and to I would just offer that it's not an appropriation, it's not an AR appropriating funds, it's a capacity. So the funds for fuel are built into the various departments' budgets. So we're not, I think as a former person on the dais used to say, it's not a target, it's a ceiling. We would strive to be efficient, but we do anticipate spending $4+ million in fuel over the next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kohlhees. Mr. Solt?
So I'd like to propose postponing this to a time certain and make that March 1st. Would that work for you, Mr. Kohlhees?
Through the chair.
Oh, sorry. So it's not a motion yet?
Just discussing procedurally,
Yeah.
in some instances, if we have like a motion to approve, we can have a subsidiary motion to postpone. But in this case, since we're using a motion to postpone indefinitely as a main motion, I'm not clear if
Time certain should override that.
it's treated as a main motion. That is- Okay, so, sorry, I know it seems odd when we have these procedural discussions, but we'll go ahead, since it's true, in code, we use a motion to postpone indefinitely as a main motion. We can treat your motion, Mr. Solt, to postpone to a time certain as a subsidiary motion. I believe that was seconded by Mr. Cross. Did you have a date?
So I'll ask Mr. Kohlhees to respond first before I make the motion, if that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two comments, I guess. One, just to reiterate, I can't say that it's critical right now, but I can't say that in 2 weeks it won't be critical. It depends to a larger degree what status our fuel tanks were in at the point that the purchasing department got information from the various departments. If they were all empty and they're going to fill tanks this week or next week, we could burn up this capacity very quickly. In addition, if I may, Ms. Peterson had a comment on this.
So Ms. Zolotel had requested the burn rates, and in the AIM, again, it was laid on the table, so I know you guys are just seeing this, but in lines 30 through 39, 35 through 39, it references how much was used in 2021 and 2022. So reference $4.9 million worth of fuel was put into our tanks in 2022. The remaining balance of that $9 million is $910,000. So the 4.3 million with the 910,000 remaining would only give us $5.2 million. So it leaves us a little bit of room if fuel prices increase again over the cost last year. But again, it's not a significant increase over what was actually spent last year, which was $4.9 million.
Thank you, and I will go back to Mr. Soltz, who had the floor.
So I guess, looking through the chair, looking to Mr. Colhayes, so would you be in favor, do you want me to postpone this to a time certain, March 1st? Otherwise, I'll leave it as is. I haven't. Go ahead.
If point of order, point of information, you're looking at the green card. You got to look at the red card.
Oh, sorry, thanks. Appreciate that. March 7th.
March 7th. Through the chair, if I may, I would be, I'd be on pins and needles if we defer this for 2 weeks. Okay. And I'd certainly be very concerned if it was postponed indefinitely. Thank you.
Okay. No motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Soltz. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Mr. Colhayes. So the question all of this brings to mind, and I actually, through my own efforts, have come to peace with much of the question of fuel that have been circulating, and others probably need to have some peace brought to them on the topic at some point. But that said, we're talking about appropriating nearly $4.3 million, or whatever the number is, which kind of sounds like it's change in the corner of the couch, like it's already in our budget, doesn't have to come from somewhere. Where is this money actually drawing from if we have a margin of $5 million in this budget for fuel that it doesn't draw from somewhere else? You know, what are we cutting if we do this? Where is it coming from?
Through the chair, thank you. I will turn to Ms. Peterson in just a moment, but again, just so maybe I'm not being clear, this is not appropriating funding. This is adding just the capacity to an existing contract. So when, as the body knows, when a contract is awarded, it has a dollar amount. This is essentially a change order to that contract that allows us to go above that dollar amount. That dollar amount was established in 2021 when the contract was awarded. Fuel prices have gone up significantly. I do know that I've talked to not all, but several of the departments. They did factor into their 2023 budgets the fuel increase. So the money is there for fuel. They cannot legally spend the money after this contract capacity runs out.
No, we certainly appreciate, getting authority to spend under a contract when it's required. But I don't know that I'm communicating very well. What I heard you just say, and maybe this is accurate, maybe Ms. Peterson will agree with you, is that these funds were in fact budgeted. And so if that's the simple answer, then it comes from the approved budget and it isn't in excess of that budget. It's just in excess of the spending authority. Is that a fair assessment of what I'm hearing?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Constant, you are exactly correct, is that when the contract was originally approved, they were expecting to spend about $3 million a year, in which we have shown is that has increased. And so that capacity has just diminished faster than it was projected 2 years ago when the contract was awarded. So we're just asking for the contract capacity, and the funds have already been approved in the 2023 approved budget.
So what did we approve for fuel for 2023?
In total?
Yeah.
I would have to go and look. So there's two separate fuel contracts. There's the fuel contract, which fuels our fuel tanks at locations, at facilities, and then there's the fuel like APD uses a lot where they go to the stations and fuel, and so there's two. This is the one that fuels the tanks at locations, so like at the fire stations and at the street maintenance facility. And so in total, I would have to look at what that is separate from just this.
Yeah, I would really appreciate understanding how much we budgeted for this, hearing that this is a budgeted expense, that we're not asking to pull from some other, tires off of trucks that need to be purchased or something. That would be very good to know.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate the issues that are being brought up here, but I myself am fairly nervous about indefinite postponement of this item. So I'm wondering if there's sort of one of two things that could happen. We either gain the information that we need to gain for this item by end of today's meeting, or if there's a meeting sooner than March 7th. I know we have had these every Tuesday meetings every now and then. If it makes sense to push this item to that meeting. But again, just to restate, I do feel fairly nervous about indefinite postponement at this time. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross?
Yes, actually, my questions were answered in the dialogue we just had, but I do not support postponing indefinitely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Colhase, I see you are in the queue.
My apologies, I forgot to take myself out. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to, mostly out of respect for Kent, not postpone this item. I'm comfortable voting for it. I think there's a lack of trust issue just because we've been through this before where there was a number given for fuel and then it wasn't the right number and we kept asking and didn't get any information. We finally got the information, then we're able to correct it. So I think there's some history here, not to mention the other fuel things going on with McKenna Brothers, et cetera. But Kent's saying he needs this approved. I'm comfortable voting for it if, say, maybe by the end of the week, you would promise to send us maybe something, work with Rochelle and send us a department, listing of where the amounts came from. I would be fine with that, if that's possible.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Member Cohn-Davidson, yes, I think we can gather that information. So I just want to make sure you're looking for the projected capacity requirements for the various departments.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what Ms. Zalatel and Mr. Constant were asking about is, how did you come to this amount? And to the questions Ms. Zalatel was asking Ms. Alger. I think, Ms. Zalatel, correct me if you're wrong, if I'm wrong, but I think you just want to know how did that number come to be? And so I'm personally fine supporting this now if you all can just fill us in later so people feel like they have the information they have, but we don't slow this down.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to withdraw my motion. However, I am really tired of getting lots of information last minute. We had asked for this information, and I understand about the press of business. And if this is such a critical item, I hope that the kind of information we're requesting can be provided. It is incumbent on us to do our due diligence, to look into these items, to have enough information to ask informed questions. I agree with what Ms. Quinn-Davidson said. I understand the need, but all of the information that's in this AIM could have been put in the original item. There's nothing here, I believe, that came about later. And it's really frustrating because I want to do a good job at this job, and I can only do a good job if I have information to make decisions. And I think I ask a lot of questions, and I let you know what my questions are, and I don't want to feel like I have to make what feels like a bit of a snap decision with new information on items that are authorizing spending authority, or potential spending authority in the millions of dollars. So I'll withdraw my motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel, and Mr. Voland was the second. And Mr. Voland, do you withdraw your second? Okay. And then, so we don't have a motion on the floor right now.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and then seconded by Ms. Zalatal. I had Mr. Voland in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to ask if, I think in this discussion at our previous meeting, it was indicated that we would be receiving a report on the McKenna trucks fueling up at our stations. I don't believe that we have received that report, and I apologize if I'm mistaken. I haven't seen it. Can we be expecting that report soon?
Through the chair to Member Voland, I was under the impression that that report had been mailed at least to some members. If it is not, I will track it down and we will get it to you. My apologies.
Much appreciated. Thank you, Kent, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Mr. Constant?
Ms. Peterson, did you have any luck coming up with numbers?
Yes, there is $8,050,000 appropriated for fuel.
From the category of tanks on site or the whole?
In total. I'm sorry, did I misunderstand the question? Did you want specifically?
No, I'm just trying to understand if there's 8 million appropriated and we're extending this ability to contract, if it's pulling from the other side or if it's just, what's it doing?
No, it would not be pulling from the other side. This is the operating budget. I do know there are a couple of departments that use some grant funding to cover theirs, so Transit has some grant funding that pays for some of their fuel. So again, that's not part of...
Top line numbers.
Yeah, this number, so.
Okay, thank you. I think I'm comfortable voting.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 73-2023.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Voland?
Yes.
Item 11A is approved 12-0. Okay, I just want to press on to take up 11B, and then we'll take a break after that. Ordinance number AO 2022-104, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, authorizing the negotiation by the municipal manager and the execution and delivery by the municipality of an acquisition agreement for a facility located at 716 West 4th Avenue.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public hearing was closed at the meeting of January 10, 2023. Action was postponed at that meeting. There is no motion pending. Ms. Zalatal?
I move to postpone this item indefinitely.
Is there a second?
I'm going to go ahead and move to postpone this item to the meeting of March 7th. I am in support.
Second.
Thank you. I'm in support of the transaction if some more information comes forward. There are a number of issues relating to real estate in the municipality at this time. Whether we're talking about the influence of Larry Baker in finessing deals, transactions being approved without proper authorization from the assembly, any number of issues. And I don't want to impute that onto this transaction, but that's the background in which this conversation is taking place. We don't have a real estate director. And when you have a real estate transaction, you usually have on one side of the table a buyer and their representative, and on the other side of the table a seller and their representative. Now, Bob Owens, who is an attorney who works on the 7th floor, and I would say the most experienced and quite an amazing attorney, is representing the Anchorage Community Development Authority in this transaction. And we're left with one of our newest attorneys, who I appreciate, but if I had to choose who I had for counsel for the municipality, I would want the most experienced attorney that we have representing our interests. So first, we have one of our newest attorneys representing the legal question for the municipality, and we have nobody that I can grasp who is the customer, the client, the buyer in this deal, except this amorphous conversation about the municipality. I personally want to see a real estate director working for this municipality because I think there's a lot of business that could get done, good things. Maybe in Girdwood and other places, if we had somebody to take the lead and show us an ability to demonstrate full understanding of the nature of the transactions that we're being asked to contemplate. You know, this is an area of the law, the area of the commerce and industry that I have a lot of background in, and yet I can't see the terms, I can't see what's real in this deal. And so I want to approve this because I can see the basic spreadsheet says mathematically it's a good deal. But what about all the rest of the terms? And so for me to get to yes, formally with this green button, I'm going to need that information. And so I need just a little bit more time and opportunity for that information to come to us. We had asked for some more details to be presented to us. They haven't been. I understand that previously this was supposed to be funded by SEMT dollars, at least in part by millions of dollars, and then the turn of the clock happened on January 1, and somehow $40,000 was no longer certifiable by the CFO, but millions of dollars were. And so this enters into the realm of what are the policies we're actually dealing with here? Because you can't have one set of policies for one side of the house and one set of policies for the other, one that's permissive and one that's restrictive. And so we need to get to the facts of what are the terms, what's the term sheet, who's providing either earnest money or a down payment, which was that $2 million plus, who's financing this deal. We haven't seen any of that. And so how in the world can we say yes to this transaction tonight without those facts before us? The facts that we had in December are no longer the facts. And so we need those facts. And so as a bottom line, I want to support this all the way. It's good for downtown, but I need the details. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So a motion has been made by Mr. Constant to postpone 11B to the meeting of March 7. It was seconded by Mr. Cross. Ms. Zalatel had the floor, but the motion she had made didn't have a second. But I'll go back now through the queue. I've got Ms. Zalatel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't support this motion because I don't think we'll have the answers by March 7th. And for me, the salient feature to engage in this transaction is to have a real estate director or someone on contract who can represent the municipal interests. We've heard all about what ACDA wants to do. We have not heard from the municipality. And there are two different interests. There are two different interests at play here, and we're kind of caught in the middle. And having a real estate director who can talk with us about what's the expected maintenance and operations on this building, what's the long-term plan for this building, why this is something that's good to do for the taxpayers, I think is really important. And frankly, I'm tired of asking for information that is just kind of core to these items. If you want to bring these projects forward, please bring them forward completely and ready to go and provide the information in a timely manner. It feels like we're having to drag out every one of these items to tease out every fact that I would think any of you in this position would want to know in order to make a decision. Should we engage in this lease back, which is not something we have done, I believe, recently for the APD headquarters? And I need to be able to understand all of these interests to go talk to my constituents. I don't disagree that it might be a great deal, but until it's fully explained, and we fully understand both sides and both interests, I think it's a hard decision to make, and I don't think that we'll have that information by the 7th.
Thank you, Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Cross?
Thank you. If we have to do another work session, so be it. But I will tell you that this is more important than you realize to get out of this lease. This lease that we have on that building is a dumpster fire. It is tied to the CPI. You don't do that in commercial real estate. I don't know why we did that. It probably was optimistic when they said it, thinking that low interest rates and inflation would never occur. It was done at a time when it was all sunshine and rainbows. It was bad planning. So what is the CPI that the lease is tied to? It is basically it is the key indicator for inflation, is what does it cost for a bunch of goods, okay? Well, what does that look like when you have an adjustable rate lease and you have an opportunity to go to a fixed rate product? Well, what does the CPI tell us? Do you know that the Congressional Budget Office on Wednesday said that our current national debt is anticipated to over double in less than 10 years? It's at 1.4 trillion. They anticipate over 3 trillion in less than 10 years. Do you know the Federal Reserve a little week ago said that they're so scared of inflation is so high they want to see unemployment numbers double. They would love to see another 1 million people on unemployment because they're afraid inflation is going to continue to go out of control. We have a lease on a building that is based on never having inflation at the record rates that our government is telling us is coming. So we can't do a lot about what the mistakes DC makes, but we can make we can try to get out of these bad leases that we did and get into a fixed rate product. And if you're concerned about it, you can either talk to real estate professionals or Mr. Mike Robbins, who's sitting out here, who's with the ACDA. If he can answer some of your questions, I would encourage you that we utilize this gentleman right here who's worked a long time on it. Is it permissible to have Mike Robbins from the ACDA come up and talk about the merits of this at this point?
If you have specific questions you want to ask him, Mr. Cross, you can go ahead and do that.
I would appreciate that. Mr. Robbins, would you please come to the podium?
And just...
because I don't think postponing it is in our best interest. Every week or month that this gets pushed on with a CPI adjusted release rate isn't just, it's hundreds of thousands of dollars to the taxpayer. Mr. Robbins, can you explain where the incentive to get out of this lease came from and why this might be a benefit to Anchorage this sooner than later?
Through the chair, Assemblymember Cross. So the current escalator on this particular lease is, if you look at we entered into the lease in 2018, and since then the escalator is at 3.39% average. Now, when you add in this year, inflation is expected to be at least 6% for this year, but it could go as high as 8%. So that means that you're going to add that 8% on top of the average for the last 4 years, and your escalator is going to go up again. So in October of every year, the lease adjusts. So the lease will look back at what the CPI has, what's been produced, and the lease will go up automatically. I know that when this deal was worked on previously, that I believe that the finance office projected that this lease could be costing the municipality as much as an extra $1 million a year by the time we get 10 years into it. So it's in the best interest of the taxpayers. Yes, it's also, we're the seller of this to the municipality, but we are the municipality too. I mean, we're not, but we are. So we are selling it to the municipality, but again, it's, if you look at the lease worksheet that OMB prepared, you'll see several scenarios there. And I think that the current one is at 1.8% because that looked at 20 years. But your lease increases are not based on the last 20 years. They're based on the last 12 months. And it never goes down, it only goes up.
Madam Chair, if I may follow up.
Sure, go ahead on the motion to postpone.
On the motion to postpone. So if we postpone, as long as we're getting progress, it doesn't adjust until October. So
correct.
Okay. So
I'm sorry.
Thank you. So I would support postponing, understanding it doesn't adjust again until October, but I would definitely work on what we can do to get into a fixed rate product with this lease and renegotiate it. Please do not postpone indefinitely, and please take the seriousness of this very poorly written contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Next is Mr. Voland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm in the same camp as Member Cross and Member Constant. I certainly do think we could use some more information and would love to have another work session on this, but I do think that it behooves us to keep exploring this pretty adamantly because it could be potential enormous benefit for the municipality. So I'd like to see this ball keep moving. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'd like to continue discussions as well, and I guess two things that I would be interested in learning more about. And excuse me, Mr. Robbins, it's been going on a couple months here since we've talked about this. So can you don't even have to come up now, but it looks like, did someone make a motion to March 7th? Chris did, right? So that's what okay. It looks like maybe that's where the body's headed. So when we have probably an inevitable work session prior to that meeting, could you talk about what ACDA hopes to do with the proceeds and sort of what your plans are? I know that's a little adjacent to the sale itself, but I'm interested. And then for the administration, I'm interested in, from a budget perspective, if the SEMT funds, and Chris sort of hit on if the SEMT funds, as of January 1, turn into fund balance, I guess a question for you, Courtney, if we can't know what fund balance is for other items, or we're being told we don't know fund balance, how can we spend fund balance on this? And so I'd like to see accounting of where we think we are on fund balance generally, and then take this into the view of that holistically on other items we might want to spend those funds on. You good with that, Ms. Peterson? You could get me some of that. Okay, at the work session, not right now, but just so you know that's something I'm interested in learning about. Okay, great, thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Kohlhase, did you want to speak?
Madam Chair, not sure if this is the correct time, but we do have Ross Riswold in the audience. He's a member of the Finance Department. He could speak to some of the terms. We're certainly open to a work session. We think that'd be very beneficial. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kohlhase. Next is Mr. Constant.
Yeah, it's great to have the seller come up and give us their reasons why it's a good deal, but we need the buyer to have the full facts before them before we make a decision. And so we need the terms, we need the details, we need the facts. And so then we might be able to proceed in a way that is informed because, again, the promise is there, but there are a lot of questions. Postponing is good.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Mr. France.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I support the motion to postpone to the meeting of March 7. I am in favor of moving forward with some kind of different arrangement because that was always the plan back in 2018 when the building came up for sale and Agility was required to purchase it. An Agility the municipality didn't have, but the ACDA was able to purchase it, and a subsequent charter change was approved by the voters because at that time it would have required a vote of the public in order to move forward with the municipality to engage in a ground lease in that way. And it's an interesting situation because we've got a municipal entity, ACDA, leasing to the municipality. It was even suggested to me that, if it really is, tied to, as you say, Mr. Cross, inflation in the way, and I have no reason to doubt what you say, then the municipality could even take it back in some way in a dividend from ACDA. I mean, we have arrangements that other entities don't have as well, but I think that's all a good reason for us to have another work session and to make sure, be very sure to answer Ms. Zelatel's questions. So we can go ahead and move forward on this item. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AO 2022-104 to the meeting of March 7.
Mr. Voland?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
The motion is approved 11-1. Item 11B will be back before the body at the meeting of March 7. We will go ahead and take our regularly scheduled dinner break, and when we come back, we will take up item 11C. started again. We now have before us item 11C, ordinance number AO 2023-7, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly waiving or modifying certain provisions of the Anchorage Municipal Code, including Title 21 Land Use Planning and Title 15 Environmental Protection, to allow for temporary snow disposal sites due to the large volume of snow and insufficient locations to place the snow, to include a streamlined permitting process and appeal process under Title 14, and allow for discretionary waivers deemed in the public interest. Public hearing was closed at the meeting of January 24, 2023. Action was carried over from the meeting of February 7, 2023. There is no motion pending. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Second.
Motion to approve the S version has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Solt. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So the S version approaches the issue fairly similarly to the proposal by the administration, but it adds a requirement that by resolution the Assembly can approve the location instead of granting it to the administration. And it also adds a whereas clause that says we will meet if the need is there and demonstrated by having the information presented to us that's needed. And so there's also probably one small amendment that's still needed. I discussed this S version at the CEDC committee meeting last week, and Mr. Whitfield basically said that the planning staff would not be able to provide a detailed report like they do for other conditional use permit processes because the funding that's available for this fee is $500, and that's not sufficient to task the staff to do it. But if you look at the underlying document, you'll see that there are a number of I don't know exactly the term, approvals or reviews needed and codified, identify who's responsible, traffic has to review it, the minimum lot size has to be addressed, etc. And so I'm not exactly sure how we should amend this, but we should amend that the folks who are required to provide the approvals, like the health department director and others, need to be present when we move the resolution for approval. That way we can hear from those individuals and make sure that a substantive review was done without the need of a report. And so I'm not quite sure of that language yet, but that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Next is Mr. Cross.
Thank you. Through the chair. So, Mr. Constance, so would the anticipation that we would be able to do that either the regular assembly meetings or these supplemental assembly meetings that we're having, since we seem to double up now, since we're dealing with these budget items and oversee the purchasing department, because I just don't want to delay anything profusely. I mean, somebody puts in an application, it's like 2 weeks. As you can see, I mean, what just happened last week, what was supposed to be 3 inches of snow ends up being 12 inches of snow, and then we're looking for stuff. I don't want us to end up, well, you know, it's going to take us 2 weeks to get this approved.
So, Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
the ordinance has an additional, whereas it's page 1, line 26 through 28, it states that whereas the Assembly recognizes the need for swift responses to permit applications under this ordinance to address immediate snow volumes in the city and is committed to meeting as needed for purposes of this ordinance. What I think that means is not even every other week. It doesn't require public hearing, so it doesn't need 7 days notice, that we would, if Mr. Kohlhase comes forward to us with a proposal that says this is needed and here's where, we would schedule a meeting and get it done. It wouldn't need 7 days, it wouldn't need 14 days, no. The plan is we would organize to meet the need. And it's right there in the whereas.
Anything else, Mr. Cross?
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. I appreciate the S version. And to get to what Mr. Constant's speaking of, I'm wondering if there's a reasonable place here to add an amendment that required for consideration along with the resolution would be the application and all required sign-offs by the departments listed in the ordinance. So it could just come as a packet, because obviously those could be done. We often see it actually in real estate where departments just sign off via email, but if that's just packaged neatly along with the application via AIM, with the resolution that's proposed for our consideration, I think that gets to kind of that middle ground between a report, which is something we're used to having for conditional use, and still giving us the flexibility and the speed to put together the information for quick consideration. I haven't found the right spot for that, but I can keep looking.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Mr. Solt?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So also thank you for the yes version, and my hope is we pass this tonight, but my deeper hope is that we, if we need to, continue to work on this, so in the future years, if this is needed, it's simply we pull it off the shelf, because you know this expires in, I believe, August. We pull it off the shelf and we make this a much more efficient process. So let's hopefully pass it tonight and then get it right for next time.
Thank you, Mr. Solt.
We're almost there.
Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
So some of the approvals that are required are a drainage and water quality plan. That's not waived. A dust and litter plan that identifies the manner of dust control, et cetera. An estimate of the amount of snow to be stored there, description of hours of operation, identification of one or more individuals responsible for enforcement. Then it offers that the traffic engineer may waive the access requirements if they find it to be in the public interest. So if a waiver is granted, we need to understand why. And there are several other required reviews. I think, 1 second. Okay, so I would make, why don't you make the motion?
I'm ready to make the motion. So it would be on page 1 at line 35, following where it says assembly approval, or sorry, assembly by resolution. We would add the language concurrent with the submission of the application and all department approvals and waivers, period. And I have that language for the clerk.
Second.
So an amendment has been made by Ms. Zolotel, seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Zolotel, did you want to speak further to the amendment?
No, I think it gets the information before the body with the resolution for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And the clerk is working on getting that language up on the screen. Mr. Solt?
Yeah, just a comment. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a comment that hopefully the administration or whoever enacts this can maybe put together a form so we see each specific department listed that needs to sign off, and it just makes it super straightforward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Ms. Zolotel, would you look at the screen and make sure that's correct? To amend line 35 to insert assembly by resolution?
Amend is concurrent with the submission of the application. Yeah, that's correct.
And the language assembly by resolution, It says right now, in lieu of a conditional use permit by resolution of the assembly. Okay, so the amendment begins with concurrent.
Yes, it picks up with concurrent. The language, it follows assembly by resolution.
Resolution of the assembly, yeah. So just leave that language, start.
So for those on the phone, this amendment again is on page 1, line 35, following permit by resolution of the assembly, to insert concurrent with the submission of the application and all department approvals and waivers after assembly by resolution. Wait, that's not... Okay, it's on the screen, and again, that's to amend line 35, adding concurrent with the submission of the application and all department approvals and waivers. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Mr. Volland?
Yes.
The amendment is approved 12-0. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2023-7S as amended.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Volland?
Yes.
Item 11C is approved 12-0. We will move on to continued public hearings. We now have before us item 13A, resolution number AR 2022-400, a resolution adopting recommendations to be forwarded to the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions, AMAT's Policy Committee regarding an amendment to the FFY 2023 through 2026 Transportation Improvement Program, TIP. Thank you. Action has been carried over from the meetings of January 10th, 2023, January 24th, 2023, and February 7, 2024. Public testimony on this item is now open. We'll go ahead and start with the phone list. We have two individuals. Mr. Turner, would you call Ms. Pease, please? Hi, is this Nancy Pease?
It is.
Hi, you are on with the Anchorage Assembly for public testimony on AR 2022-400. You'll have 3 minutes unless are you representing a community council tonight?
No, someone else will be representing our community council.
Great.
All right then.
Welcome.
Thank you for this opportunity. This is Nancy Pease. The proposed TIP amendment goes against most of what the Assembly has asked for in terms of its past resolution 2022-254, and it also radically reduces maintenance and repairs for both roadways and pathways. If you decide to pass some version of the TIP amendment this evening, please consider the following. First, safeguard the pavement repair program for both roads and pathways. This proposed amendment would slash road repairs 42% in 2023, trails and pathways 65% in 2023, with more reductions to repairs in subsequent years. So I'm asking that you retain the currently adopted funding levels for pavement replacement. Second, spend the carbon reduction program funds effectively. Asking that AMATS request a joint advisory committee with the various AMATS advisory committees and municipal representatives to nominate and vet projects for using the unallocated CRP funds. Multiple types of expertise will ensure effective carbon reductions and efficient, equitable alternatives to driving. Third, retain the scope of work for the mapping of non-motorized easements and rights-of-way. The TIP amendment is misleading in claiming that the work is either done or being done by municipal staff. Rights-of-way and easements are not compiled and mapped in a form that's easily accessible to planners or the public. My community council sent AMATS a half dozen examples of phantom easements that are legal, but they're unrepresented on commonly used muni maps, and AMATS did not respond. Maps are critical for public awareness and for staff decisions on non-motorized connectivity, especially because there is no municipal transportation planner, and the position of municipal non-motorized coordinator is unfilled. Also, property owners want and need to know where easements and rights-of-way are. Finally, I'm asking that you cancel or delay the 92nd Avenue Freeway interchange and the rest of the Seward Highway O'Malley to Diamond Freeway expansion. The freeway expansion, highway expansion projects are unsafe, unneeded, and hugely
Ms. Pease, we can't hear you.
as outlined in the Voland-Salatel-LaFrance amendment. So thank you very much for these changes if you proceed to approve this TIP amendment. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Oh, this is Diane.
Hi, is this Diane Holmes?
Yes.
Hi, you are on for testimony with the Anchorage Assembly for AR 2022-400. If you go ahead and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes.
I'm testified for the council.
I have set your time for 5 minutes. You can go ahead.
Thanks. I'm Diane Holmes from the Rabbit Creek Council. We submitted comments to the first version of the TIP in January. I will quickly recap our main points. The 92nd Avenue interchange as proposed is not justified. Patterns of use have changed over the years and the project is obsolete. It should be deleted and redesigned for non-motorized use, which is needed. You and I can think of numerous projects where $105 million could be put to better use. Road and pathway pavement repair funding should not be reduced. 43% reduction for roads this year and more later works against economic development and safety, including the Vision Zero goal for non-motorized deaths. Separately, we feel the Assembly should adopt an ambitious target for the percentage of roads in good repair. We shouldn't settle for DOT's standard of good repair, which is a paltry 15% of non-highway roads. And please, keep current funding for pathway repavement. 65% reduction this year and similar reductions in subsequent years does nothing to advance the goal of fix what we have. Regarding carbon reduction program, it's an important responsibility to future generations. We ask that you request public engagement with AMATs to better allocate these funds. We have ideas for transit projects to service commuters and for pathway maintenance. Now for our council area, we've asked for left turn pockets only, not a full middle lane for the Rabbit Creek Road project. Less is best here. But major improvements at the Golden Dew Drive intersection have long been identified as needing solutions due to congestion, accident history, and the inability to safely walk to school or bike. We have expressed our concern for repeated cost escalations after projects are scoped and budgeted. For instance, Fish Creek Trail doubled its price tag. The Rabbit Creek Road more than tripled from $9 to $31 million. And some of us who have lived here for decades question if reconstruction is really needed. What is wrong with AMAT's cost estimating process? We urge the development of the Muni's long-range transportation plan to guide AMATs because their plan is not suitable as a default local plan. We lack a municipal transportation planner, and this TIP amendment doesn't follow your AR 254, nor any adopted project rank system. AMAT is not incorporating local priorities, especially at the neighborhood level. And finally, we request that mapping of non-motorized easements not be eliminated from the non-motorized inventory project. While AMAT and Muni staff claim that this mapping is done, it is not. We constantly encounter problems with unmapped easements and rights-of-way. They are not readily available to planners, nor the public. They are hidden in the fine print of hundreds of plats and city databases. With our great mapping technology, they should be easier to find. There's no Muni transportation planner nor a non-motorized coordinator, so maps are the only avenue confirming these critical connections. The lack of knowledge here can lead to lost opportunities during platting and variance requests. And last, the recent emergency egress project led by ICER created maps for planning purposes with many types of easements, including undeveloped rights-of-ways and trails. So I say, one wonders, why shouldn't AMATs be able to do this? And I do thank you for your time on this difficult issue.
Thank you for your testimony. That concludes the phone list. Are there any members of the public here who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second. A motion to postpone indefinitely was made by Mr. Voland and seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Mr. Voland on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this has been an interesting process to go through as a member of the AMATS Policy Committee. As members will recall, the Anchorage Assembly in an 11-to-1 vote already expressed our will on how we wanted to see the Transportation Improvement Program amended. That was as follows: a greenhouse gas emissions reduction plan, changing a project description to include trail inventory that would also include non-motorized easements, pedestrian right-of-way, and undeveloped right-of-way. I'm going to come back to that one. deleting the vehicular underpass at 92nd Avenue and Scooter, adding a corridor study of A and C Street in coordination with the Seward to Glen Mobility Planning Environmental Linkages Study, and changing the description of the Fireweed Lane Rehabilitation Project so that it would read, the road diet would change Fireweed from 4 lanes to a maximum of 3 lanes. So, additionally, add 5th and 6th add 5th and 6th Avenue signalization, as a funded project in the TIP. So we passed that, and then your members serving on the policy committee made motions to that effect. Now, we were not able to get all the votes needed for all of our priorities that the Anchorage Assembly put forward, but we did get a couple of them. One of them was the language about the inventory of non-motorized easements, pedestrian right-of-way, and undeveloped right-of-way. And so the policy committee voted on that, and it was added to the Transportation Improvement Program. Subsequently, AMAT staff went to various municipal departments with that amended TIP and came back with their own omnibus amendment entitled Amendment 1, which is what this resolution is asking you to support. One of the things that was done is they removed that language about including those easements and right-of-way from the trail inventory. So you have the Assembly say, we support this priority. The policy committee say, we support this priority. But then staff come back and say, we don't think it's a good idea to do this. However, the policy committee never really received a detailed briefing of why. Why can't we do this? Is it a cost issue? Well, then what would it cost in case we still wanted to prioritize this project over others? Is there something missing communication-wise, in the scope of this project? And so we never had the opportunity to have a dialogue about that. Now, today, finally, I did have the opportunity to talk with AMAT staff and the director of the planning department and sort of relay a little bit of my frustration. Why wasn't that conversation had? But also, where can we go on that project? If it's a scope issue, if it's a cost issue, how can we have a dialogue that gets us to yes, that gets some version of that project going? So I am hopeful for future dialogue on that. But I would say that this resolution that's before us this evening is actually contradictory to action that was already taken by this body. It's also contradictory to the votes of your AMATS policy committee members at our November meeting of the AMATS policy committee, where myself and member Dunbar, who was serving in the policy committee at the time, both voted not to support Amendment 1 in its current form. Now, I will say, there are some things on Amendment 1 that I really support. There's a great public transit pilot program where those over 65 or younger than 18 are going to have free bus fare. I think that's a worthy project. The ANC couplet study was added in Amendment 1 to the TIP in year 2026. Selfishly, I'd like to see that a little bit sooner, but I'm glad it made it on. So I don't want to discount everything in Amendment 1 here, but I feel like there was an opportunity for further dialogue that was missed by staff. And I will say this also speaks to the need that we've expressed to have a transportation committee so that we can bring these projects before the bigger body, before the assembly, and have that conversation and capture your interest, what's important to your constituents and your districts, and making sure that we're getting that feedback as well, and your policy committee members can take that to the policy committee and advocate for those things. So with all that being said, Thank you for indulging me with the long explanation, but I hope that we can postpone this indefinitely. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Volin. Ms. Alatel?
Thank you. I'll be maybe a bit shorter, which is to say that there are good things in the TIP amendment, and then there are things that are contrary to the will expressed by this body. And so what I would recommend doing is postponing the resolution indefinitely and letting the policy committee members continue with the work that has been guided by the prior resolutions by the Assembly, because this TIP amendment has many items, and I believe at the policy committee they'll be able to speak to those and possibly try to bifurcate or take up individual line items, which I think would be much simpler to do in the policy committee versus within this long resolution. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Alatel. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. Earlier tonight, we had a resolution asking for another look at the 92nd Avenue intersection changes that are proposed within the TIP. And I am in the category of people who believes that that project is inevitable because the neighbors now believe they have access coming. And so I wouldn't hold this project up simply for that, because it, to me, is one we've already lost. It's just a matter of who pays federal money or muni money eventually if we delay. But that said, would really like to hear from the poor guy who had to sit through like 5 meetings to get to this moment and tell us what happens, Aaron or Mr. Younglund. What happens if this doesn't pass tonight? What are the timeline tracks we're on, et cetera? Because there's always one thing leads to the next when you talk about AMATs.
Hello. Okay. Sorry. At this point, the time for public comment or any comment has passed. That comment period ended on 1/13 of 2023. So if you guys don't pass it today, then nothing will happen. Like, it won't matter. Because it's up to the policy committee to make the decision. The Assembly is advisory to the policy committee, so.
Okay, so if we vote this down, what we're hearing now is it doesn't matter, meaningless.
I mean, it'd probably still be good to get your comments to the policy committee and let them know what you think.
We already did that and we were ignored. So, I mean, what's the point? So thank you, that's very helpful information.
And would you state your name for the record, please?
Oh, sorry, Aaron Yonganalen. I'm the MPO coordinator for AMATs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely AR 2022-400.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Volin?
Yes.
The motion to postpone indefinitely is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 13B, ordinance number AO 2022-100, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending building codes at Anchorage Municipal Code Chapter 23.10, Anchorage Administrative Code 2018 edition, to allow optional independent plan review of structural design for commercial building permits. This item was carried over from the meeting of December 6, 2022. It was continued from the meeting of December 20, 2022, and remanded to the Board of Building Regulations, Examiners, and Appeals. Before I open the public hearing, Mr. Cross, you had stated an intent, I believe, to further postpone?
Yeah, I wanted to move it, continue public testimony and move it to the meeting of April 11th. We just, within the last week, had a fantastic meeting with the Structural Engineers Association of Alaska, which I was surprised to know even existed.
And could I just get a quick second on that?
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Go ahead, Mr. Cross.
Yeah, we had a really good conversation with the Structural Engineers Association of Alaska. That I got the feeling if we made did an S version, they would support it and actually probably get the support, and then go get that S version, get it back over before the Building Board of Supervisors, because it's going to change a lot of the way it looks, and I don't want people to give testimony and on something that's going to be altered significantly. So this will give the public an opportunity to look at a heavily amended version. And by the way, it does resolve a lot of the issues that were brought forth in a work session that we had months ago. Rather than a fixed rate insurance, something that's a percentage of the value, an auditing period by the planning department, allowing owners and purchasers to request an audit, and also exempting significant structures. That would be schools, hospitals, buildings that houses populations more than 500. So it's actually still being digested and chewed on, and I think the end product is going to be much more acceptable to the Assembly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. So the motion is to postpone and continue the public hearing for item 13B to the meeting of April 11. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion.
Mr. Voland?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia? Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion is approved 12-0. Item 13B will be back before the body at the meeting of April 11, and the public hearing will be continued at that meeting. We now have before us item 13C, resolution number AR 2023-23, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $2,300,000 as a transfer from the Equipment Maintenance Internal Service Operating Fund unrestricted net position to the Equipment Maintenance Internal Service Capital Improvement Projects Fund, Maintenance and Operations Department to purchase replacement vehicles and equipment. Public testimony is now open on this item. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
My name is Sarah Short, and I live in District 4. And I recently had a conversation with some employees of the municipality who are very concerned because we had about 188 employees and we've gone down to 55, which is one of the reasons why we don't have adequate snow removal. So I'm wondering how giving this money to get new vehicles is going to work when we don't even have enough people to staff it, and why we're not considering what is so important. You all are forgetting we have the Anchorage Police Department and we have the Fire Department, which we all know we need. You guys gave them some money last week, I do believe it was, or 2 weeks ago, gave them a little more money. If they can't get down our streets, and I take care of an elderly man, as well as a couple of other people in my neighborhood have handicap issues, so I go and volunteer with them, I am extremely concerned that the snow removal is at the level that it is. I've had somebody taking pictures of an area in Government Hill that has been plowed 4 times this month. Mine has been plowed twice in 2 months.
And ma'am, I have to ask that you speak to the item before us.
I am. I'm asking why we're going to buy more stuff when we do not have the people to use this stuff. How is this going to be spent to make sure that our maintenance vehicles are on the street and actually at work? Or we are just going to park them while you find employees? Anybody else having problems with snow removal? Because I am having a hard time getting down my street.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Cross. Did you wish to speak to the motion, Mr. Constant? Is there any discussion? Go ahead, Ms. Zalatel.
Thanks. I actually have a question. My understanding is this appropriation moves this money from one fund to another fund so that they can be used for the purchase of vehicles. Will the contracts, it says that they'll still be subject to an invitation to bid and a contract award process, so those will come back before us to approve, correct?
Through the chair to Member Zalatel, yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Ms. LaFrance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Mr. Colhase. And the AM does list 5 trackless snow blowers and 2 loader-mounted snow blowers, 3 pickup with plows, and then some police interceptor vehicles. How does this equipment relate, or how is it a part of the snow removal effort? And would you address the issue of staffing that was raised by the member of the public in testimony?
Yes, Madam Chair. I don't have the exact numbers, but if you recall from early in December, I think we were at staffing of about 55. I believe we're up in the 70 range now, perhaps more than that. I can get the exact number, but Paul and his folks, Paul Van Lanningham, Street Maintenance Manager, have done a very good job of hiring, so they have staffed up. The blowers, my understanding is that some of the snow blowers we have are on the order of 20 to 25 years old, and parts are very, very difficult to find, so this would replace those. The trackless, I believe, is a combination of adding to the fleet and replacing some of our older trackless vehicles. These are the vehicles that are used to clear sidewalks and trails adjacent to streets, and the Tahoes are police vehicles supplementing that fleet. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Colhase. So if I understood correctly, there is staff to operate this equipment?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Madam Chair.
And that even though I think we're down about 50 police right now, the interceptor vehicles are supplemental, they're not replacement vehicles, and they will also have a use?
I apologize, I misspoke. They are primarily replacement vehicles. I believe some of the sedans they aged out a while ago and they're still making them work. So yes, they're replacement, not supplemental. My apologies.
Got it, thank you. Mr. Cross?
Yes, thank you. You know, again, I would move to approve it. The passioned frustration from the individual who gave public testimony is understood. It's been an exhausting year. I think it's also important to note that in multiple work sessions we've been talking about, we've been dealing with an aging fleet. And when you have, and part of the snow removal process and part of the problem with our, police response is dealing with really old, outdated equipment that continues to break down, is in the shop. It doesn't behoove us any to have outdated equipment, things that are hard to find parts for. And even if you hire people, then that stuff spends time in the maintenance shop, and we can't put them to work. So part of this has been a long-range plan. We did increase wages for those individuals so we could recruit more people, take them from 50 into the 70s. And the next part of that, addressing the concern of the public, is making sure we have equipment that doesn't constantly break down. And plowing our streets is hard on equipment. It's hard on employees, and appreciate everybody working together to resolve this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Ms. Zalatel?
Thank you. One more question on the fund certification. There's an asterisk and it says subject to receipt of 2023 revenues. I don't ever recall, excuse me, seeing a fund balance before that was subject to the receipt of revenues. The fund balance, or I'm sorry, a fund certification usually says we have the money. So could somebody explain what that means?
Through the chair, assembly members, Zalatel. This is routine for the equipment maintenance fund because the cost for replacement is built into the fleet rates. And so as those rates are collected throughout the year, they accumulate the funds to purchase those. So the expectation is that it's already built into the budget and they have those revenues coming.
Can I ask a follow-up? Thanks. So we'll see the invitations to bids and the contracts kind of come through in a staggered way as those revenues are collected and go into this fund and are available for those purchases.
Correct. So the fleet buyers, they have to go based on the manufacturer's timetable for creating or manufacturing some of this equipment. And so it all doesn't happen right now, but we get the funding and the mechanism over there so they can actually start getting some of those orders in, because it's critical for them to get in line to get the manufacturer.
Great, thank you so much.
Yep.
Thank you, Ms. Zolotel. Ms. Dern?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Colhayes, I thought I heard you said that some of these replacement vehicles will be for vehicles that are 25 years old. Is that correct?
Through the chair to Member Dern, yes, I don't have the exact age, but I know that some of the snow blowers that they're using to load trucks, I believe they have a fleet of 8, and many of them are 2 decades old, or some of them rather are 2 decades old.
I ask because in Eagle River and my District 2 area, the Spursa Board, I know they write into contracts certain ages for their fleet to make sure there's always new vehicles on hand so they don't run into problems with broken down vehicles and very expensive replacement parts. Is it our practice to have vehicles that are 25 years old in our fleet?
Through the chair, I wouldn't say it's a conscious practice, but it does turn out that way. There just isn't sufficient funding on an annual basis to replace all of our fleet on a recurring 5 or 7 or 10 or 12-year cycle. Thank you.
And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Dern. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I have 2 questions. One for the manager, Mr. Colhayes. So back in 2020, we made a commitment to purchase hybrid interceptors. Are any of these vehicles in that class?
Through the chair to Mr. Constant, I am sorry, I don't know the answer to that. I can try to find out tonight. I don't know if I'll be able to.
Yeah, it just would be great to know where we are in that because these cars idle so much, they burn so much fuel, fuel prices are going up. Any alternative, it's not just an environmental plug, it's a fiscal fix. Let's figure this out and make sure we're doing what we set out to do in 2020.
I will see what I can find out. Thank you.
Thank you. And second, I just want to speak to the testifier in the public who was pretty upset about snow clearing, and I completely agree and understand. I do think that I heard an illusion in there that I am somehow getting better service at my house than other people because I live on Government Hill. And I just want to rebut that. If that was what was made, that's not how it works. And this municipality, the people in maintenance and operations do not cruise the house of the elected officials. The only elected official I know of who ever manipulated the cycle of snow removal was George Sullivan. And he demanded that his was the last house plowed because he wanted to know when people had their streets cleared. And so it doesn't matter. That's not what the facts are. The facts are that they just have their own rhythm and their process and their schedule. And so I just want folks to know the plow doesn't come to my house any more than yours.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Solt?
Thank you, through the chair. So, Mr. Colhayes, so I know in the past, I think we spent about $5 to $6 million annually on vehicle replacement. And to me, this is pretty much a math problem, because at some point, there's a point of diminishing returns on the age of vehicles when they fall out of warranty or the maintenance costs outweigh the capital costs to replace. So I know we're behind the curve, and I hope in the future you'll work with us and put forward to us how we can get back to being on the right side of that curve, because as long as we're past that over the hill on the diminishing returns, we're actually spending more money in operation cost than we would as a package of just replacing the vehicles. So hopefully we can work on that going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2023-23.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Voland?
Yes.
Item 13C is approved 12-0. We now have before us item 13D, ordinance number AO 2023-13, and ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 6.40, reports and audits to establish the Municipality of Anchorage online checkbook, require the establishment and maintenance of an internet website providing information on municipal government financial transactions and contracts, and specifying the information to be made available on the website.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Last year, the state of Alaska amended into the state law a requirement of an open checkbook. And I am a strong supporter of the idea that records that are public like this should be made public by default and not by request, because we've seen of late that certain documents that should take 15 to 20 minutes to find in the municipal records are taking weeks and months. And so I propose anteing up one to what the state has done and requiring an open contracts function as well. The idea is that 30 days after the close of the month, transactions, contracts, amendments, awards, notices of awards would be published and available to the public to see, because when you do business with the public, that information is public. I urge your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any other discussion? Mr. Cross?
Just that this is long overdue. You know, Patrick Henry, who said, "Give me liberty or give me death," also said something that most people forget, which is, we will never retain our liberty or freedom if the finances of government and politicians are done in secret. So I love anything that gives our voters and gives the public a chance to look at what we write checks for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Next is Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I want to echo a lot of the comments from Mr. Cross. I think this is a great idea, and I've been lauding this in all of my community councils. At one of the community councils that we actually share, Mr. Constant, the Airport Heights Community Council, there was some interest in learning about whether this proposal was done in conjunction or at least had some type of made awareness to the administration that this was coming and how they feel about this particular change. I know it's not necessary, but my particular community council just wanted to know that the administration was on board with this type of change.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Is that a request to hear from a member of the administration?
Specifically, I'd like to hear from the sponsor to know if he heard from the administration on this issue.
So the one thing that I heard from the administration, the IT team, was, do you have examples of local governments who have done this? To which I sent forward a series of websites for other local governments that in fact do this. That's the extent of the outreach and collaboration.
Okay, I appreciate that. Then, Madam Chair, may I ask someone from the administration, perhaps Mr. Colhase, to respond?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I support this notion. The execution of it might be a little complex in the very near term. I think it's an IT issue right now. But again, we obviously support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Mr. France.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to thank the Vice Chair, Mr. Constant, for his work in bringing this forward, and also to offer to the administration, if there are issues with resources or implementation, to please let us know, and we can collaborate or figure out a way to get the tools needed to ensure timely implementation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Cross?
I just meant, is it too late to be added as a co-sponsor on this one, so I can ride on Chris's coattails? Thank you.
Madam Clerk, would you add Mr. Cross as a co-sponsor?
Yes, we will.
Thank you. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. And to the idea of the cost and what the time is going to take, this is the first ordinance that I can think of. We put a 10-month arc on implementation. with lots of time. You will note that there's no statement of economic effects included, which is a requirement, but the reason we didn't put it in there was because we wanted to pass the thing and then get an initial analysis from the IT department of what they believe the cost would be, and then we would come forward with the appropriations that might be necessary. But we heard from the state that there was a lot of fear that it would be very complex and expensive, but in the end they were able to achieve it with just a limited handful of staff. And so there's precedent to believe that it's not going to cost that much, but we didn't go into this blind thinking it was just going to make itself happen. We recognize it's a staffing issue and it's maybe a contractor issue to get the right team on board to make it happen as efficiently and timely as possible. I would also like to thank Nate Graham, who's a staff member, for Representative Gray and Juneau, who helped me pull this idea together last year. So thank you everybody for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Voland?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a fantastic idea and much needed, and a step in the right direction when it comes to local government transparency and accountability. And heck, if Kevin's going to do it, I would also like to be added as a co-sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Voland. Madam Clerk, would you add Mr. Voland as a co-sponsor, please?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dern?
I just wanted to echo everybody's support of this. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that this is a wonderful way to engender transparency, and I think that we can do this for a minimum amount of money, which is also fabulous. So while I wasn't here for the creation of this, I do want to thank all of the Assembly members for their work on this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dern. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2023-13.
Mr. Voland?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Perez Verdia?
Yes.
Item 13D is approved 12-0. We're going to take a very quick 5-minute break. And I need to dial in for the remainder of the meeting, and so the Vice Chair will be chairing from this point out. Thank you.
Mr. Sweet, Mr. Salt. Do we know where Kevin went? About ready to get started? I open the public hearing on AO 2023-15, an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 4.60.120 to provide for assembly approval of the addition, termination, or suspension of sister cities by resolution.
Move to approve.
Second.
Second.
Not yet, not time for a motion yet, I just, okay. So the public hearing on this item is now open. If any member of the public would like to be heard, please come forward now. Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, public hearing on this item closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Cross, seconded by Ms. Zalatel. And wish to speak to the item?
Actually, I know that Mr. Constant, you had worked on this. Would you care to speak to your legislation?
Sure, Ms.
And that to Ms. Zalatel?
Mr. Constant.
Thank you. Just briefly, it became clear a little bit ago that we don't have a formalized process for approval or termination of a sister city relationship. And in fact, at this time, I've been hearing concerns from members of the Sister Cities Commission that we don't have staff for the commission. They don't know. They're supposed to have a meeting tomorrow night. And so what this does is just, it clearly identifies the process for formalizing, terminating, or suspending a sister city relationship.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone else? Mr. Sweet.
I have a constituent of mine who reached out about being appointed to this commission. I'm not sure what the status looks like for, it sounds like it's not very well staffed apparently, but I've been in communication with Mr. Trombley about this. I understand that there's somebody in the mayor's office now who's picked up the responsibility for boards and commissions. I know we'll talk more about it at the meeting on that subject next week, but I didn't want something like this to pass by without hearing sort of my disappointment that I have tried to reach out to folks about getting this person appointed. She's a constituent, perfectly well qualified to be on the Sister Cities Commission, and with this being germane, I just wanted to voice that out there for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweet. Anyone else? And I just want to thank Mr. Bird, I don't know if he's still here, who's taken over making sure that appointments are thoroughly processed and come to us in an accurate manner, which is very helpful. So seeing and hearing no one else.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, this is Member Bull. I texted you to get in the queue. I think this is very timely. I've had constituents reach out to me expressing dismay that Russian flags are still being flown downtown as we have a sister city in Russia, despite ongoing aggression against Ukraine. So I think that we need to get this approved and then address that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Bond. Anyone else? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Voland?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia? Mr. Presverdia?
On a vote of 11 to 0, AO 2023-15 has passed the body. Next up, we have item 14B, which is AO 2023-17, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code Section 3.30.141 to include Juneteenth and Indigenous Peoples Day, but not Seward's Day, as paid municipal holidays, and changing Washington's birthday to President's Day, requesting the same to be recognized holidays in labor agreements, and waiving Personnel Rules Committee review. The public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wishing to be heard, please come forward. This is a good time to line up if you can, because I know we have a handful of folks that want to speak to this item. Please come on up. Welcome. Please state your name and what part of town you're from for the record, and you'll have 3 minutes, Mr. Wesley.
Thank you very much. My name is Ed Wesley. I'm in District 1, Assembly District 1. I'm here to encourage support of this ordinance. Many of you may not be aware how much our history is distorted, destroyed, and stolen. So just to highlight a few things, I came here 50 years ago to Alaska by way of the military. African Americans have served in the military since the beginning of this country. The first person to die in the Revolutionary War was an African American. In the Civil War, we helped won the Civil War. Lincoln was losing the war until African Americans joined through his Emancipation Proclamation, fighting under the South. Those slaves were released. After the war, African Americans came together and dug up all the over 10,000 mass graves and reinterred them and gave them the proper burial. And that is the beginning of what we call Memorial Day in this country. African Americans were Buffalo Soldiers during the expansion of the West. The Buffalo Soldiers were the security for America as they expanded through the West. In 1898, along with Theodore Roosevelt, the Buffalo Soldiers helped won the Spanish-American War. They were the crucial piece in that war. As a result of that, we had territories added to America: Guam, Puerto Rico, the Philippines, and later on, Hawaii. The civil rights work of the Big Six in the 60s, Section 7 of the Civil Rights Act, benefited women more than any other group when they removed sex discrimination from the workplace. I just want to highlight a few things militarily, and there are many, many more that African Americans did to support this country. And I encourage all of you to follow what has occurred on the federal level. I would like to see my town get behind this and support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Cheryl Cox Williams. I'm in Assembly District Number 3, West Anchorage, Bayshore Community. I'm a retired Army veteran and the current secretary of the NAACP. Little background and stating my purpose early, before we forget. I would like to see full support of ordinance number AO 2023-17. Juneteenth is reminiscing of the morning of January 19, 1865, when Union Major General Gordon Granger arrived on the island of Galveston, Texas, to take command of more than 2,000 federal troops recently landed in Texas to enforce the emancipation of its slaves and oversee Reconstruction, nullifying all laws passed within Texas during the war by Confederate lawmakers. The order informed all Texans in accordance with a proclamation from the Executive of the United States. All slaves are free. The holiday is considered the longest-running African-American holiday and has been America's second Independence Day. Juneteenth is usually celebrated on the third Saturday of June. Celebrations of the end of slavery have 3 goals: to celebrate, to educate, and to agitate. African Americans were often prohibited from using public facilities for their celebrations, so they were often held at churches or near water. It was common for former slaves and their descendants to make a pilgrimage to Galveston, African American memories are embedded within the dominant American story. Observance today is primarily in local celebrations. Juneteenth has become a multicultural holiday. Traditions including reading of the proclamation, singing traditional songs, and reading works by notable African American writers. Celebrations include reenactments, blues festivals, and Miss Juneteenth contests. Red foods are indicating the blood that was spilt. Seward Day is the day that recognizes the Secretary of State, and we also have Alaska Day. So the commensurate of what should happen to recognize the transition of the Alaska from Russian to American has already been taken into consideration with Alaska Day. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
All right, great. Thank you. Through the chair, members of the Assembly, my name is Celeste Hodge Grouden, and I am so excited. I am so thankful. By the way, I do live in Potter Marsh. I am the president and CEO of the Alaska Black Caucus. Happy Black History Month. February is the month designated, as you've heard already, as Black History Month, but really every day is a great day to celebrate Black excellence and achievement and honor African Americans' ongoing struggle for equality. Black history, yes, is American history. Black history is American history, and it's also Alaskan history. In recognition of the importance of Black history in Alaska, Senator L.B. Gray Jackson introduced Senate Bill 22 to make Juneteenth a state paid holiday. Juneteenth is already, as we know, a national holiday. It commemorates, as was shared, the day that enslaved people in Galveston, Texas, learned that they were free. More than 2 months after the end of the Civil War. It is both a celebration and, again, as was shared, a mourning. As I testified at the February 15th Senate hearing on the bill, making Juneteenth is more than a state holiday. It's more than giving employees a day off. It will give residents a day to think about the future that we want while remembering the inequities of the past. I'm elated. The Assembly is considering this ordinance to make Juneteenth and Indigenous Peoples Day paid holidays for municipal employees while removing Seward's Day. It is noteworthy that the Assembly is considering these proposals together. The struggles of Black people, Indigenous people, and all people of color in this country and this state are deeply linked. Anchorage has been the territory of the Dena'ina people since time immemorial, since settlers brought inequality to these lands. Alaska Native people have taught for their rights and have fought for their rights. As Black Americans came to Alaska, many of them joined the struggle. Alaska's proud history includes, there's so much to say, but I thank you for this opportunity, and I urge you to do the right thing by voting in support of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take one more person in right now, and then we'll take a couple of folks on the phone next. So we have plenty of time for testimony. We're not going to cut anyone off. Come ahead. One more right now. We'll go to the phone, and then we'll come back to the room.
All right.
Welcome.
Pastor Leon D. May the First River in the Desert Community Church, Anchorage, Alaska, Interdenominational Ministerial Alliance, MLK Foundation of Alaska, to the administration, to Mr. Chair and the Assembly members and all who are assembled here, I simply wanted to go on record to say ditto to all of my learned and astute colleagues have already said about all of this, and I think it was alluded to a second ago that it was like 2 months after the Civil War when the Emancipation Proclamation, the news of it made it to Galveston, but I think it was actually 2 years, and so it took a minute to get to the Texas area. As it relates to Juneteenth, much has been said about that. Don't need to go into a whole lot about that, but there is a practice in the black church now called Watch Night Service, and we do that on New Year's Eve, and we come in and 9 or 10 o'clock at night and have a celebration and stay till after midnight to bring the new year in. But that really began with a Freedom Night Watch to the end of slavery as it related back to 1865. And so we still celebrate both of those things in our New Year's Eve celebration. Just wanted to get a few tidbits out, but I did want to thank Assembly members Quinn Davidson, Rivera, and Zalatel for bringing this forward. It's timely, past time, even though that it's on a national level. But also wanted to give a shout out to the Indigenous Peoples Day, and I think that's well overdue as well. And want to thank God and you for even thinking of that. You know, I look at the agenda and many email communications and all of that. They're always land acknowledgements, and but I don't see very many apologies of acquisition and conquest and all of that kind of thing, even though they have a perpetual remunerations as a result of land ownership and what have you. But the African American, the black man, has yet to receive any kind of reparation perpetually or any otherwise as it relates to the slave issue. And but I just wanted to get that out and say that I'm grateful and thankful that this time has come, and my wish is that all of this be passed.
Thank you. So next we'll go to the phone. Can we call Ms. Carr? Thanks.
Hello?
Hello, Ms. Gussatuk. This is Christopher Constant with the Anchorage Assembly calling you on AO 2023-17.
Hi.
Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes.
Sure. Ayu Kasatok. Ayu Rurunga, Inubel Rurunga. I am Ayu Kasatok, an Inubel woman and resident of the Turnagain neighborhood here on Demi'ina lands, Vice President for First Alaskans Institute, a statewide Alaska Native advocacy nonprofit. In 2015, our Filipino brother and ally, Dr. E.J. R. David, reached out to First Alaskans Institute to inquire about the Native community's interest in establishing Indigenous Peoples Day in the municipality of Anchorage. Having worked closely with our community for many years, we recognize that the lack of knowledge of our Native peoples and histories causes present-day challenges across our society, and we agreed that recognizing Indigenous Peoples Day would be a good step in uplifting our peoples on a day many other states recognize as Columbus Day. With that, Dr. David brought diverse community members from many cultural backgrounds together to stand in solidarity, advocating for the Muni to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day, successfully leading to then Anchorage Mayor Berkowitz and Alaska Governor Bill Walker issuing proclamations at our 32nd Annual First Alaskans Institute Elders and Youth Conference on October 12, 2015. It was a powerful experience to be a part of. 2 years later, our state legislature established Indigenous Peoples Day to be recognized the second Monday in October. At the time, only the second state to do so, which was appropriate considering nearly half of our nation's federally recognized tribes are from here. Did you know that in the Anchorage School District, the only time all students receive a brief overview of Alaska's first peoples and histories is 1 unit in the 3rd grade? For all of my 4 children, I've gone into their schools to supplement the woefully outdated and poorly constructed curriculum with my own experiences and knowledge to ensure that at least those students have an opportunity to learn about our peoples in a good way. When I went into my youngest's 3rd grade last year, one student asked at the end, "How come we've never learned any of this before?" And I asked her, a white child, "Why do you feel it's important to learn about Alaska Native history and cultures?" She was quiet and then said, "I think that if someone else moved into my house, I would want them to learn about my family and how we take care of our house. I would want them to respect us so we can live well together." Though overdue, recognizing that the destinies of Indigenous and African American peoples have been intertwined since the inception of this country built on Indigenous land and African labor, First Alaskans Institute once again stands in solidarity with our Black community family to affirm that their histories also deserve to be uplifted and known through, at the very least, the recognition of Juneteenth as a paid holiday. A country that stands for all lives and equality must make space for all histories equally told, and we have a long way to go. Recognizing Indigenous Peoples Day and Juneteenth Freedom Day are but one step in elevating public consciousness about the rich and sometimes unjust histories of the vibrant peoples whose stories deserve to be recognized and respected. Shanann, for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Your testimony is recorded. Next, we'll go back to the room. Anyone else want to come up and speak to this item? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Wilbert Mickens, M-I-C-K-E-N-S, pastor of the New Hope Baptist Church in Mountain View, the most diverse community in America. 2 points I'd like to raise. I'm here in support of this bill, of this ordinance, and 2 things I would like to mention. When the North Pole was discovered, Admiral Perry is often given credit for discovering it. However, we know factually the actual point of discovery was made by Matthew Henson, who was a man of Native and African American descent. Also, in 1974, Senator Ted Stevens was the chairman of the Senate Appropriations Committee, where he skillfully crafted some legislation that brought into being the Native Corporations of Alaska. What is not known is that the NAACP was the organization that had a bill ready to go in 1974, and Senator Stevens put a rider on that bill in order that the Native people of Alaska would be able to prosper in their efforts to be corporations. Right up the street where I was born, the vice president that broke the tie in the Senate was Spiro Agnew. So we owe Spiro, Vice President during Richard Nixon, Republican administration, for our Native Settlement Claims Act being passed. It was on the backs of Black farmers who could never get their bill approved or before the Senate. But we owe a great debt to Senator Stevens for skillfully crafting that legislation, but at the same time putting a rider on the loss of Black land in the South to make that happen. And so we celebrate together with Indigenous people of Alaska, as well as African Americans, with regard to the progress that has been made on one hand, but as you notice, and my colleague from Texas has said, we have not gotten into reparations. So surely we can get perhaps another opportunity to work together.
Thank you. Welcome. Please come on up. State your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. Glad you're here.
Hello, my name is Durante Ware. I'm with the Anchorage chapter of Jack and Jill of American. I support Juneteenth and Native American People Day as a holiday. I support this because I am a kid from Jack and Jill. Juneteenth is important to me because this is when we are freed from slavery. Why it's so important to me is because that all black people around America were freed from slavery. It also talks about my history and my culture, which helps me learn more about my culture.
Thank you so much for your testimony. It seems we have a question for you from Mr. Salt. Durante,
Sir?
come on back. Quick question. Go ahead, Mr. Salt.
Thank you. So quick question for you. I'm not familiar with Jack and Jill. Could you tell me a little bit about what that organization is?
Yeah, it's for kids and adults too. You do new things that you haven't done before. We raise money, and we raise money for stuff, and we give food to the homeless and stuff, like driveways and stuff. So some people give us cans, fruit, or foods, and we give it to a company that gives it to homeless people.
Great. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
You do another event, don't you? Isn't there a day that just happened where a lot of the Jack and Jill kids do some reenactment?
What do you mean?
Living Wax Museum, where you tell stories?
Oh yeah.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Put you under pressure. Ms. Dern might have a question for you. One more.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for coming tonight. It means a lot to me, and I think it means a lot to everybody who's watching here. And I wanted to say something. You mentioned that Juneteenth celebrates your history and your culture, and it does. And you have every right to want a day to be able to do that, but it also celebrates American history and American culture, and that's why I'm excited to vote for this tonight, because I want this to be part of all of our histories. I want to be able to celebrate with you, and I want to know everything there is to know so that you can feel supported in your American community and in your Alaskan community. Thank you so much for coming tonight. Very impressive.
Thank you.
Nice job. Thank you. Welcome. Come on down. 3 minutes. Please state your name and what part of town you're from for the record.
Hello, my name is Cynthia Wright. I am the team president of Jack and Jill of America. I support Juneteenth Indigenous People Day as a holiday. Juneteenth is recognized as a federal holiday. Why Juneteenth is important to me, it means freedom to me. It means the ability to move to my own beat freely without having to accommodate for anyone but me. It means that I can walk with confidence. It means I can talk with as much passion as the next man. It means I can learn in the same environment as everyone else. It means I don't have to be seated at the back of any bus or any school. It means I can be me without being beat. It means that I can take back the power that was lost and move to celebrate for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on down. Welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. Please tell us your name and what part of town you're from.
Oh, shoot. I lost it. Okay. Hello, my name is Rosalind Grady White. I am from District 1. I am a mother of 5, an educator for ASD at Mountain View Elementary School, the most diverse school in America, and the president and founder of the Alaska Coalition of BIPOC Educators, where we believe in championing equity and education for communities of color in order to achieve equality. I am here in support of this ordinance. It is time to recognize Juneteenth and Indigenous Peoples Day as paid holidays at all levels, especially local levels, especially because as the American people we are, through the pieces of America that we have became, our blood and sweat that went into these ground, it matters. When this became a recognized holiday by our nation and I went to work, I wondered why I was not off. And I learned because there was another step that we had to take. And I ask that we support it as awesome as we are, as the Anchorage city that we are, that believes in equity and equality. Juneteenth is important to African Americans because it reminds us of what we came through and what we can achieve. It serves as a celebration of progress attained by generations of fighting for freedoms and rights. Again, it is Black History Month, so let's take this moment to recognize Nina Simone. It is her birthday today, and she's remembered as a prominent civil rights activist as well as a high priestess of soul who had the burning desire for justice and equal rights. Her music spoke to the hundreds of thousands of African American men and women who were fighting for their rights during the 1960s. And we at ACBE also stand in solidarity with the Alaskan indigenous people as well. And that being a paid municipal holiday is an opportunity to highlight and learn about the cultures of the indigenous people of Alaska in our country. These were the stewards to the lands we live, work, and play on today. While the state of Alaska has recognized this as a holiday since 2015, it is not a paid holiday in the state. It would serve our municipality to show appreciation of Indigenous people. Indigenous People Day advocates say the recognition of this as a holiday helps correct a whitewashed American history and has glorified Europeans like Christopher Columbus who have committed violence against Indigenous communities. Both are federal holidays and are recognized in various ways across the country. Anchorage should make these municipal paid holidays to be inclusive and create opportunities to celebrate the cultures that are the fabric of our city, state, and country. We desire to leave a heritage rich with diversity, and celebrating these days as paid holidays recognized by the Anchorage municipality would be a step in that direction.
Thank you so much. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing, hearing none, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Moved by Ms. Quinn Davidson, seconded by Ms. Zalato. Ms. Quinn Davidson, then I have Mr. Volland in the queue. Go ahead.
You want me to go first?
You moved it.
Okay. Great. Thank you all for being here. It's really wonderful hearing all of your individual stories and the meaning that this brings to your lives. It's been really gratifying to work on this. I think holidays, as many of you alluded to or said, is for us they're so important because they really show us what we believe in and who we honor and who we want to spend a day celebrating and teaching our kids about and thinking about. And that's why, to me, adding both of these holidays has such meaning. And for many Black Americans, for many Anchorage residents, Juneteenth, as someone else mentioned, has been celebrated for many years as a second Independence Day. And it represents freedom and fairness and the ability to live a free life and be yourself. And why wouldn't we at the municipality want to celebrate that? As to Indigenous Peoples Day, more than a fifth of our population is Indigenous in Alaska. But of course, Indigenous peoples' impacts and contributions to Alaska far outweigh that numerical representation, as they have for thousands of years shaped and been shaped by what Alaska is. I can't think of anything more Alaskan than Alaska's Indigenous people and culture, so it only seems natural to honor Indigenous people on the second Monday in October, to spend a day reflecting on those ongoing contributions and impacts to our home. I haven't even articulated a different reason we need to add these holidays to our short list of mini holidays, namely that for generations, Black and Indigenous people in Alaska and all over this country have not been treated with respect and dignity that they deserve, that every person deserves. The local government acknowledging the many contributions and importance of these two groups to Anchorage and Alaska's history and current culture doesn't make that regrettable history and in some cases current practice go away, but it provides a counter-narrative to the historical fallacies. Black and Indigenous people matter in Alaska. They are an integral part of the culture of Alaska. They make a meaningful contribution to our city and state, and they are worth honoring and celebrating. That's the narrative I want to pass to my son, and I want others to have that opportunity as well through making these 2 days official Muni holidays. As for Seward's Day, when we were considering adding the 2 new holidays, we realized it would make sense to remove an existing holiday if we could pull that off so that we were just adding 1 net holiday. And we went through the list of the other holidays that we could consider, but they were really broadly celebrated holidays. So Thanksgiving, Christmas, July 4th, Memorial Day, Labor Day. And one holiday really stuck out as not being particularly notable to Alaskan culture, and that's Seward's Day. As far as we could tell, there are no particular celebrations in our community that honor and celebrate Seward's Day. And the holiday, there's been a history of adding it as a mini holiday, taking it off, adding it back, really without much fanfare. So given the lack of celebratory significance and to balance adding the 2 new holidays, we decided that that was the best holiday to propose removing. But really, this ordinance, the exciting part about it is adding these 2 new holidays, and I'm just so glad that you're all here, and thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Next, thank you, Member Bolland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Really well said, Member Quinn Davidson, and I really appreciate you and Member Rivera and Member Zalatel bringing this forward. I'm struck by some of the testimony that we've heard tonight from young people, how important this is to them. And I just think it's really cool anytime we hear from young people in our community what they think is important, what they're passionate about, and what they want to see reflected in their community. We got some really cool testimony from a young person in our community who wanted to be able to testify in person, but as we all know, our meetings go late, and I think this young person, I won't name them, but I think they have some pretty responsible parents and probably are conscious of good bedtimes. But wanted to briefly read an excerpt of this testimony into the record because I think it's really strong testimony. This young person says, I think we should have Juneteenth as a municipal holiday because people of color and Black people should have time to be with their families and friends to reflect on our freedom. It's not just a holiday, it's our freedom, and I think we should be able to celebrate our freedom and rights. In the Constitution, it said, in order to form a more perfect union, and this makes Juneteenth a reminder. So I encourage the Assembly to vote yes on the matter. This can show my generation to respect freedom and understand it more. This one act can impact someone's life. Thank you. So appreciate that young person writing into the Anchorage Assembly and definitely support this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, thank you, Ms. Zalatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, Mr. Volin stole my thunder. I was going to read that. That was written by my daughter, who was here ready to testify. I want to share just a brief anecdote. So this is a really important ordinance for our community. It's important for my family. And I had a conversation with my daughter, and I asked her what she thought about this. And I really wanted her to tell me about it. I think hearing from the young people who are the future of our community is really important. And that's what she had to say about it. She feels seen. When I had the opportunity to speak with the Alaska Black Caucus about this ordinance at a community forum or Sunday conversation, what I took away from it, from the stories shared, was it's an opportunity for municipal employees to feel seen. And the thing that strikes me is we go about the business of running a city, living in a city, and we don't take the time often to stop and acknowledge those who we live with in community, and it's so important. This may seem like it's not a big deal because it's a holiday. We have some emails to that effect, but it's such a big deal. It is so important to acknowledge the people that we see in our community, that we live with, you know. And when I spoke with my daughter, she said, not only is it important to her as an African American child to feel seen, to feel heard, but she's like, and all of the Alaska Native kids I go to school with, like they've been here and their families have been here forever. Why wouldn't we do both? And I said, yes. You know, I'm so grateful that she acknowledges that as a young person. That gives me a lot of hope for our community. And I really appreciate all the testimony tonight, the historical grounding in what Juneteenth is, the contributions of people to our community and our state. And I just really hope you can support this ordinance. I think it's, in the end, not only the right thing to do, it's the ways in which we advance equity in our community, and that has been a priority of this body ever since I've come on it. So this is a tangible step to take. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This might be one of those rare instances where I think we can agree on something between myself and the Assembly. I think it is time that we recognize Juneteenth and Indigenous Peoples Day here in Alaska. But the problem I have with the ordinance is that it has to take, for some reason, someone has to take something away. That is Seward's Day. I don't know why we have to take that away, and Kent can actually speak to the complexities of that at a contractual and labor thing. But the other issue is Washington's birthday. We just celebrated that yesterday as a paid holiday, and I don't understand, because I know the country calls it President's Day. We call it Washington's birthday. It's on our list of paid holidays. So I'm certainly in support of the addition of the two holidays, but why we are taking one away as a paid holiday and changing the name of another, it seems to detract from the overall objective of community that we're trying to build here with the addition of Indigenous Peoples Days in Juneteenth. So as to the contractual complexities and cost of Seward's Day, I do need Kent to explain that because it is a little complex and it is expensive. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'd start by noting that there's not a C, or the C shows no cost. So what Mayor Bronson was referring to, we think that there are some significant costs. I did exchange emails with, I believe, the sponsors, not with the whole body. But there's several issues. There's certainly an actual loss of productivity. I'm not saying that we shouldn't do new holidays, but there is a loss of productivity when you're paying however many thousand employees it is for a day off. There is the likelihood, or probably the certainty of paying double time or at least overtime on holidays, new holidays, to provide the services such as transit. In the short term, until changes are negotiated, we'd be in a situation, if it passes tonight, that some employees may have, for example, Seward's Day off, others may not. That may occur on other holidays until all the bargaining units come into line. If a non-represented employee has a holiday and that employee supervises represented employees, bargaining unit employees can't work without supervision. So the de facto result is going to be that the non-represented employees, exec employees, are going to be working on those holidays. So there's a cost there. The other thing I would mention is that I know when SAP was rolled out over these past several years, there was a significant cost to that effort. The municipality has, as my understanding, about 10,000 separate work schedules. Every one of those schedules has to be modified in SAP every time a holiday is added or subtracted. There's a cost to that. there was some discussion with the sponsors about the ability to simply open up the contracts now and negotiate this single item. When a contract is opened for negotiation, everything in the contract is open for negotiation. So there's a significant effort that goes into that, several months for negotiating a contract. And we have 9 bargaining units that are opening over the next several years for contract renewals. So there is a cost, certainly supportive of this overall. I think that some method of phasing it in as contracts are negotiated would warrant consideration, as would looking at some of the costs that would truly result from this effort and reflecting them in a C. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue, we have Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to address a little bit of what Mr. Kohlhees and the mayor brought up before I get to some of my remarks. And I think some of my remarks will also address them. So I'll address some things now, some things later. So with regard to the C, you will see that that it states in there that there's a productivity loss. So that is why there is no number there, because at best it is speculative at the end of the day, what this may cost the municipality. With regard to opening up the contracts, as I understand it, and I'm open to being corrected, but as I understand it, all of the parties have to agree when you open up a contract for an amendment to the issues that you are bringing forward. So it's not a free-for-all. You agree, and if one party says, no, I don't want to bring that issue up, then that issue isn't brought up. So I would be happy to hear if I'm wrong, and if there's any clarity the administration can provide on that. But before I continue on my comments, though, I want to ask the mayor if he is in support of, rather than removing Seward's Day and keeping the 2 holidays, or adding Juneteenth and Indigenous Peoples Day, if you are in support of that 3rd holiday, so of keeping Seward's Day, so it would be a net positive 2 instead of the net positive 1, which in my opinion, we did that to be more responsible. But if the mayor wants to do 2 holidays, I'd like to hear him speak to that. Thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, as I said, I support the addition of the 2 holidays, but the taking away of a holiday creates part of the complexity that Kent was just speaking to, and then I just don't see the need to change Washington's birthday to President's Day. It seems unnecessary and maybe even a bit antagonistic. But I do support the addition of the 2 holidays. But again, like a lot what we do here, the devil is in the details as far as figuring out how we execute that which we all want. So, into Mr. Rivera's question, yeah, I do support the addition of the 2 holidays.
Mr. Rivera, you still have the floor.
Yeah, thanks. So I'll continue my comments. I'm not exactly sure how to interpret that, whether the mayor actually supports adding Seward's Day, so it would be Juneteenth, Indigenous Peoples Day, and Seward's Day. I didn't really get that, but that's okay. I'm going to keep moving on my comments. Stepping back, I just want to thank everyone for the beautiful testimony that we heard. I don't think there's much that I can say that can add more meaning to why these holidays are important. I think just to echo something that some of my colleagues have said and we heard in the testimony, it is so important for us to be able to see ourselves in government, to see ourselves in the holidays we celebrate, to see people who look like us sitting on the dais, or in my case, calling on the phone. For my part, these days, just like for another famous holiday, These aren't days off, but days on. These holidays are a meaningful way to reflect on our community and what makes our community so amazing. So, speaking a little bit to why we are doing this, aside from the meaning, I think there are clear benefits that we see to adding holidays, and in fact, with this change, we are in line, pretty well in line, with the total number of holidays in other jurisdictions in Alaska. So the net positive one, I think, is a good thing for our workers. Beyond that, speaking to Seward's Day, which I know has been an issue, if you know the history of Seward's Day and it being on the list in Anchorage, it was part of the original list after unification in the 70s. It was removed in 1990 Day, ironically enough, to make room for MLK Day. And then it was added back in as a +1 holiday in 2014. So now we're looking at the possibility of removing it once again, because it wasn't on the list for over a decade. With regard to the change of the name to from Washington's birthday to President's Day, certainly speaking for myself, and I'm fairly certain for my co-sponsors, this was not something seen to be as a negative towards President Washington. This was really for the municipality to fall in line with the national trend, and the national trend is to celebrate this as President's Day. So that was the reason. There's no malicious intent. A couple things to close off. First, please support, hopefully after this is passed today, support Senator Gray Jackson's bill to do the same thing for Juneteenth on the state level. And then second, please support this ordinance. It is so meaningful to parts of our community. And I plead that the administration find a way to get this done quickly. Because I think in large part this is whether there is the will, there is the way. And I certainly hope that there is the will from the administration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue is Ms. Dern.
Thank you. I think there's a time where history comes up against the bureaucracies of budgets. And so while I recognize that everyone is trying to be prudent, I also think that this is a historical moment for Alaska and for Anchorage. And I don't think that we should in any way overshadow that. And with that said, I'll throw onto the table that there is another budget item that will even cause more undue burden, which is bringing back bus service during these holidays. And if we add one, that is one more day that we would be taking away that service from the people that need it. So I am fully aware that there are many budgetary ramifications to this, and like Felix Rivera just said, where there's a will, there's a way. The only thing that I want to add here, because I cannot in any way top anybody that was sitting at this dais and talking, and I especially cannot speak in the eloquent way that all of those that testified here tonight did. But I want to speak directly to Pastor May. Pastor May said that he thinks that the time has come. And I would argue that the time is well overdue. And so I urge everybody to vote here tonight with pride and make history. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm honestly a little confused about the mayor's support, because he said he supports it and then asked his community manager to talk about why we might not want to do it. So I don't understand that. But that said, Kent and I had that same conversation with the other sponsors via email, and I said exactly what Felix said, which is this is a question of will. And if we think that, fixing SAP to reflect a new holiday is insurmountable, then we will make it insurmountable. So these things have happened before. We've added holidays, we've removed holidays. This is not insurmountable. It's an administrative exercise that we can certainly overcome. So, and to speaking to the unions, you know, the reason that this ordinance only grants these holidays for now to executives and to non-represented employees is that we don't have the ability as the Assembly to enter into the collective bargaining agreements that the administration and the director, under the direction of the mayor, works on with the represented, you know, union-based employees. And so our direction in this ordinance was, please make this bigger than just the people we're limited to. Please go out and work on these administrative agreements. You know, they can say to all the unions, hey, do you want to enter an agreement to add this holiday? And guess what they'll say? Yes, and let's do it right away. So that's an option the administration has at its fingertips, and I really hope that they will choose that option and move forward and make sure that all of our employees have these same holidays. And I just want to say one thing, which is that when we were deciding to bring this forward, there was some conversation about, you know, whether there would be an appetite in the community to add another holiday, and, you know, what might people say? What would the complaints be? What would the disagreements with that be? And we talked about perhaps just adding one. And to me, it felt, and I voiced this, impossible to do that. And the reason is that I feel like for centuries, white people have been picking and choosing winners in groups of people of color, and I didn't want to be a part of that. And so I felt that there was this movement in both communities in our state and across the country with Indigenous people and with Black Americans to get recognized and celebrated. And so it was very important to all of us that we brought those together, and I appreciated the testimony that spoke to that as well, because we're all more powerful together. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Alatal.
Thanks. So, I mean, this is a rhetorical question, but it's a question we need to ask ourselves, which is, why is the answer never just yes when we know it's the right thing to do? Thanks.
Mr. Cross, have you spoken on this item? You have the floor.
Yeah, it's interesting. I realize that, you know, in business, you got to look at the quantitative costs of things, but I also know that we say all work expands to fill the time allowed. And what I mean by that is that if you tell somebody they have, for lack of a better analogy, say they have 8 hours, it takes 8 hours. If you tell, but I have a feeling as if the hard work and labor force that we have, given one holiday, that they will work diligently around that to still be productive. So I don't know if that's necessarily a quantifiable argument. I will tell you, I work hardest before a vacation, understanding I have responsibilities. That's just the way life works. And on that, you know, as we listen to the impassioned cries of, and listen to the public testimony, it's also important to me to recognize these, because it tells me the responsibility we have up here to do no harm. Because when you look through this, a lot of the sadness and the heartbreak was done by government. And we sit here with the power to do maybe not as egregious things, but unintentional consequences. And for me, these are powerful for us to acknowledge, to make sure that as we put legislation in, we do not unintentionally repeat any mistakes of the past. And so I look at it like we spend enough time celebrating politicians. We need to celebrate the people who've been ill-affected by the decisions of people who sits on boards and commissions in dioceses and marble hallways. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, also not having spoken, is Mr. Presverdia.
Mitake api Cameron Perez Verdia, Utreagavik hima teha, Machi apelo naha yuha, Chante washteya, Nape chus apelo. I said in the Lakota language, good day, my name is Cameron Perez Verdia. I'm from Utreagavik, formerly known as Barrow, and my relatives shake your hands with good feelings in my heart. I want to say thank you so much for all of the beautiful testimony that we heard tonight. It was moving, it was powerful, it was so important, and I think people are feeling heard. I want to thank Darrell Hess for his work on this ordinance. It is time. It's time for Juneteenth and Indigenous Peoples Day to become part of this city and become part of the holidays that we offer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Bronson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In response to Assemblywoman Quinn Davidson, I don't know how much clearer I could be. I support the addition of Juneteenth as a paid municipal holiday. I support the addition of Indigenous Peoples Day as a paid municipal holiday. I do not support the removal of Seward's Day as a paid municipal holiday, and I do not support the renaming of Washington's birthday to anything other than Washington's birthday. I can't be any clearer than that, so that's all I have to say. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mayor, I would offer that as a member, you may offer an amendment.
Okay, I make an amendment that we strike out the second sentence, actually but not from the comma from not Seward's Days as a paid municipal holiday and changing Washington's birthday to President's Day,
Okay,
requesting, and then from there continue on with the language as written.
I'm going to help you with this one and ask you to take them one at a time, and it would be, this is unusual, the mayor, because we can maintain Seward's Day as well. There's no reason to eliminate it if we have support. And so I say take them on separately. The motion would be, I move to delete, and I don't have it in front of me, is it line 38? I like the idea. It's page 2, line
Point of order.
43.
Mr. Chair, would you like to make the motion and turn over the gavel, or is the mayor going to make the motion?
I would like the mayor to make the motion.
Through the chair, Mr. Chair, you're right, page 2, I move to strike line 43. And
let's do it one at a time.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Point of information, we want to restore the bracketed language on line 43, correct?
Yeah. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Cross seconds. We have a motion to delete on the floor. Is there any? Yeah. The motion is to delete line 43 on page 2. Go ahead, Ms. Alatal.
Yeah, that doesn't restore the holiday. In fact, it just takes it out. It should be to restore the language in line 43, not delete the line.
Okay, I think maybe, that's fine. Mayor, do you agree?
Well, I guess I'm looking at section 3.3141, so line 27 through roughly 50, and it doesn't match what the proposal says in the language, which was to add days. So I don't think this is the, so line 43, or 49, excuse me, is support, that's the change.
Line
Indigenous
43.
People Day.
No.
Yeah, 49 we keep, but again, we keep, so it's said in the short title that Seward's Day would be removed. It's not, unless it's, it's bracketed, so you want to remove that. So we would remove the brackets in line 43.
That's it. All right, that's the motion.
I get you. And then,
Hold
we would
on.
remove the brackets.
Hold on, let's do one at a time. Because I don't know you'll get support for the other one, but I bet you'll get support for this one. So, Do we agree that the amendment is drafted properly? Ms. Alto? How would you write it?
If you delete line 43, which is what's on the screen, you remove Seward's Day from the ordinance, which means it's fully removed. If you restore it there, yes, that language would do as what has been stated.
Okay. So as drafted up there, it's restoring line 43, page 2, removing brackets. Okay.
Remove the brackets from line 43. I think we're on the same page,
Yep.
Chris.
So now, anyone wish to speak to this? Ms. Quinn Davidson.
I'm just going to say, I mean, we worked on this for quite a while, and just the sloppiness of this, like last-minute amendments, don't even know what the text says. It's just so characteristic and disappointing. But anyway, we could have had a really good conversation about this and what Seward's Day represents and why it should be added or not added and what exact text we want to removing. But of course, we're doing it sort of last-minute sloppily. So anyway, I can't support it. We haven't even discussed it, so.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I tend to agree with Ms. Quinn Davidson. There was a lot of work put into this. There was a balance. There was a lot of conversation about why to remove Seward's Day, and I haven't heard anything compelling about why to keep Seward's Day. There aren't significant celebrations, and frankly, unless this amendment comes with a guarantee that the administration will expeditiously move to implement this and engage in administrative agreements with the unions, I don't see what the incentive is for the Assembly to support this. Thank you.
Mr. Volland.
Sorry, I'm eating on the fly. I support the amendment. I am fine with keeping Seward's Day as a paid municipal holiday. I do think that we can have sort of a community conversation about what is the true historical significance of Seward Day and lessons to be learned. But, you know, if the mayor wants to give municipal employees 2 more paid days off instead of 1, sure, I can get behind that. Thanks.
Mr. Sweet.
So the stated rationale about removing it in part had to do with cost concerns. And so that's why it balanced out as a net positive of 1 instead of 2. And I see no reason why we would undo that if cost, as stated by the administration already, was one of the concerns raised with the entire proposal. And so we want to go back and reconfigure everything at the last minute in a sloppy process, seemingly disregarding our earlier concerns about cost. Doesn't make any sense, to say nothing of the fact that what happens on Seward's Day, people don't, that's not a, by anyone's definition, I think is a real serious, I don't remember going to many Seward's Day parties. There are some furniture sales and things, I'm sure, but what else is there? It's irrelevant. It's, I give up.
You got to recognize me.
Mr. Constance?
Thank you. For me, it's really simple, actually. I support our workers, and I want to have our workers have the opportunity to spend time with their families, to be out in the community, doing all manner of celebratory activities across the board. And so if there isn't a cost constraint that is relating to the administration's position, I strongly support us allowing the workers of this municipality to have an additional day off. It's very simple for me. That's why I would support this. Mr. Cross.
Thank you. I also want to speak that something that's happening in the private sector as an owner of businesses is that we are behind. We're having trouble retaining municipal employees and attracting talent across all our departments. And you need to understand, in the private sector, we've been cranking up, increasing PTO, increasing incentives, signing bonuses, whatever it takes. If you wonder why your streets aren't clear and you're complaining about snow, if you're wondering why it takes so long for police to respond to fill in the blank, if you're wondering about all this, then take a look at what the private sector is doing to outcompete for municipal employees. 1 or 2 additional paid holidays is nothing compared to the huge gap that we have in labor force in our municipality. And these gaps eat up because that means more overtime for these employees, more exhaustion, more employee turnover. And so for the individuals that think government wastes money and you look at these holidays like they're giving handouts, you need to understand the overall economic effect of having non-competitive wages and benefits compared to the private sector and what that does to the rest of the people who work there. So regardless of what you think about the name that you put on the holidays, understand that there is a benefit to creating incentives to attract a good workforce that when they're there is more productive because it's a better environment. There is actually an economic effect to why there's a benefit in these paid holidays that is not just emotionally driven. So I want to make sure that we understand that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bronson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Speaking to the Seward's holiday and juxtaposing that with Juneteenth, it seems strange to me that we want to unrecognize a strident abolitionist, Secretary Seward. He risked his political career because he was a strident abolitionist. He represented a freed black man who was known to murder a family of 4, but he fought for that guy because he thought he could defend him on the grounds of insanity. He failed in that, but in his defense of Mr. William Freeman, who was the freed black man who was accused of murder and convicted of murder, he made some very strident abolitionist statements, and later on, as governor, he refused to send back to Virginia slaves that had escaped from Virginia. So this notion of we can celebrate the freedom that is represented by Juneteenth, and then unrecognize a man who spent his entire life and risked his political career in that same endeavor seems a bit strange to me. Again, it just makes no sense to me if we're on that. So yes, and to Mr. Cross's statement, I wasn't thinking of that, but the notion of recruiting and retaining employees and using 1 extra paid holiday, which makes for another long weekend, we would hope, could make a difference here and there. So I'll rest with that. I think I've made my point ad nauseum. No one else needs to hear it, but I think I can support the first half of this, but not the second half. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera, and hopefully we'll vote on this.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will agree a little bit with my colleagues. I think this is sort of a strange what we're doing here. I see this as a pretty big change to the ordinance. In fact, if this amendment were approved, I'm fairly certain we'd have to make conforming amendments in other parts of the ordinance. So, doing this on the floor and making sausage at 10 at night just seems sort of weird when we've put so much energy into this. And if this was a concern or of interest to the administration, they certainly had an opportunity to bring it to us before today so we could workshop it. I will say, though, could I support this? Yeah, I guess. It doesn't excite me, right? It forces me to ask the question, what does Seward mean to me? And that's absolutely nothing. And I think getting to the mayor's point, if we're going to celebrate someone for abolitionist work, I do not know why we would choose to celebrate Mr. Seward and not some other well-known abolitionist. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just encourage my my colleagues to vote down this amendment and move forward with the original the document. I think this is something that we can do at a different time. I think there's a tremendous amount of work that went into this, and we need to move on. So I would encourage my colleagues to not consider this and just move forward with the ordinance as it was originally crafted. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I see no one else in the queue. Members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
No.
Mr. Rivera?
No.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Volland?
Yes.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 7 to 5, that amendment passes. Main motion is before us. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? No, I just will make one last comment. I was an original person on this project, but we can only have 3 people on a project, and so I bowed out. So just for those of you who wonder why my name's not on it, I was there at the beginning. And practically speaking, when we passed the recognition of all 229 Alaska Native tribes, we did it a year before the state of Alaska, and I think we gave them a good prime at the pump and got them to act. And so now let's watch the state follow us again. With that, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Chair, I just texted you.
Oh, okay, but she hadn't called up the vote. Mr. Rivera.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess this is a question to the clerk. So other parts, just to try to make this a clean ordinance, since a majority did decide to go with the mayor's amendment, do we need to do a conforming amendment so that other parts of this ordinance conform with the change that was just made, or could the clerk handle that on their own?
So, Mr. Rivera, it appears that the title and the whereas statements are the only thing that would have been affected, and they don't have any net effect on the action. And so the clerk is of the mind that it's not necessary. And because we're not making the change, it's not outside of the title, right? We just eliminated the change proposed. So if you feel like there's a conforming amendment needed, you can make it, but the clerk doesn't.
Thanks. I'm satisfied with that response. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. Now, members may proceed to vote. 2023-17.
Mr. Solt? Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Volland?
Yes.
Mr. Solt, on the motion to approve this ordinance as amended?
Yes.
Thank you.
With a unanimous vote, AO 2023-17 as amended has passed the body, and the municipality will now celebrate Juneteenth and Independence Day. Next item on the agenda, 14C. AO 2023-18, an ordinance of the municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, amending ordinance number 2012-86 to extend the final maturity date of subordinate lien wastewater revenue notes issued therein and updating the form of notes. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anybody wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Salatel, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Voland?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, AO 2023-18 has passed the body. Next, we have AO 2023-19, item 14D, an ordinance of the Municipality of Anchorage, Alaska, amending ordinance number 2012-87 to extend the final maturity date of subordinate lien water revenue notes issued therein and updating the form of the notes. Public hearing on this item is now open. Anyone wish to speak to this item? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing none, the public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second. Moved by Ms. Salatil, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote.
Mr. Voland?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Mr. Presverdia?
Yes.
Mr. Solt?
Yes.
On a vote of 12 to 0, AO 2023-19 has passed the body. Next, we have item 14E. Ms. Salatil.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to disclose a potential conflict as the Executive Director of the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. This next item deals with a number of issues regarding homelessness, some of which I've taken a public position on in my capacity as the Director of the Coalition. Additionally, the Emergency Shelter Task Force, which the coalition convenes, has taken a position. And finally, because this item uses alcohol tax fund balance, the unified funding proposal put forward by the coalition with partners also relied on fund balance. So I believe I have an interest in this item and would ask to be recused.
Thank you. It is the ruling of the chair that Member Salatil does in fact have a conflict on this item and is excused for the remainder of the night. Okay, now this item, AR 2023-43, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $4,754,202.34 of alcohol beverage retail sales tax fund 206000 fund balance to the alcohol beverage retail sales tax fund 206000 Anchorage Health Department to be used for emergency cold weather sheltering costs. Public hearing for this item is now open. Please come forward. Members of the public, it's your opportunity. Welcome. Please state your name. Are you going to speak on behalf of the council? Name, what part of town you're from, and you'll have 5 minutes as a representative of the Fairview Community Council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. James Thornton, Fairview Community Council. Thank you all for your service. Through the chair, I am speaking tonight in support of AR 2023-43 or for additional funding for our neighborhood and emergency shelter, however we can get it immediately. I'm also speaking on behalf of the residents and business owners in Fairview, many of which have lost all faith in these processes due to decades of neglect and social inequity. Fairview is a place where people make the difference. And quite frankly, it's because they've had to on their own to survive historically. I think we can all agree that Fairview has shouldered enough of the burden of services or well in excess of its fair share over the years in Anchorage. This imbalance has ruined lives and businesses and continues to this day to send out a message that certain parts of town are not equal to others. I beg you to help us change this together. I volunteered to go on a tour of the Sullivan when leadership changed over. They wanted to bring us in, so Karen and myself came. As I approached an APD rig, this was prior to the appropriations, an APD rig like fishtailed past me towards the entrance to the warming shelter, and I thought, wow, well, that's a little different. And as I walked to the side, there's like a corridor there, there was something going on, and I saw the two Henning leaders there starting to address a man being stabbed. As I kind of walked, I was just sort of, everyone was sort of walking around, sort of, wow, what just happened? And they go, watch your step. I'm walking in pools of blood, and I see that the man is pierced straight through the chest, looked like right below his sternum, and he was foaming at the mouth, and he looked like he was going to die right there, and they were applying pressure, and I thought, that might be it for him. Anyways, he got taken away by an ambulance, and we went on our tour, and I still haven't heard back on whether or not the individual made it through, which weighs heavily on me. Since October, there's been almost a 300% increase in service calls to the Sullivan Arena and a 60% increase in calls to the surrounding area. These calls and what we are seeing happen include, but not limited to, shootings, burglaries, assaults, trespassing, stabbings, egregious shoplifting, individuals screaming through the streets, graffiti, multiple arsons, issues with troublesome individuals. The list goes on. From January 1 to 28 alone, there were at least 29 medic assist calls, 26 disturbances, 25 folks with mental issues needing services, 18 trespasses, and 21 assaults amidst many more calls. That's just at the 1600 Gamble location or the Sullivan Arena. In the surrounding area, from the same dates, 58 disturbance calls, 43 medic assists, 26 follow-ups, 16 welfare checks, 28 trespasses, 30 mental health calls, 23 assaults, and 16 suspicious persons, amongst others. As you all contemplate how we will fund and manage our houseless and homelessness services after April 30th and up until then, with no identified sources of funding, and quite frankly, a scared and disheartened community, please make sure and allocate funds to our neighborhood, not just inside the walls of the Sullivan, or whatever future site may or may not be brought to the table. APD has increased patrols with the $250,000 appropriated, but ask any resident and they will tell you it's not enough for our community's safety. We need consistent and trained eyes on our streets 24/7. My last comment is to all of those people and agencies out there who have asked Fairview over the years and recently to appreciate the data related to these issues. Data is critical to the puzzle and should be respected. But until you walk a week in a Fairview resident's shoes, day in, day out, and appreciate what's actually happening on the street and these devastating impacts, your comments fall on deaf ears. Ron Aliv is a good man, and look at what these issues and a lack of humane and equal treatment have done to him, his aspirations, his family is an example, one of many. There's a photo of him on the Friends of Fairview Facebook page with Rosa Parks. And it makes me really sad because you could see that hope in his eyes for a bright future. He kept his sense of humor, though, throughout it all, which is something. This is not a political issue for Fairview. This is about safety, security, and quality of life, period. We will take caring, compassionate help from whoever offers it. Thank you for those who are helping today. Please secure additional funding for our emergency shelter however you can and continue to facilitate the distributed model to assist us in our long-standing fight for fairness for Fairview. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please come on down. State your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. And pull that mic down. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. My name is Karen Gonne, Gonne-Harrell, Harrell. I'm a resident of Fairview. I'm a member of the Fairview Community Council and the Fairview Ad Hoc Homeless Committee and the Fairview Garden Committee. James said everything very well. What I'd like to say is that I support everything he said, and I'm here so that you know there's more than James that is going to come before the assembly. Some of our neighbors left because it got late. I think the thing that bothers me the most is the quality of life that is affected in Fairview. Being part of the garden committee, I designed the plan, and I planned it so that residents would be welcomed there. And then I had to redesign it when I remembered that some residents don't respect our property, they don't appreciate the property, they don't contribute to the property. And that makes me very sad that I have walked my streets and I'm nervous about some of the neighbors, or are they my neighbors or not? But the fact that we can't find a solution that helps those that are most distressed. The Sullivan's going to close, and the idea that people are going to wander into the woods, they're my woods, they're on my section of the bike trail where I don't feel safe anymore. And I certainly don't feel safe taking my 5-year-old grandson. So the solution to help people up and help them gain the self-respect and dignity so that they want to be a contributing citizen. I pay my taxes, which means I support the Sullivan and I support all the homeless shelters through my taxes, and I follow the laws. I've pulled myself up by my bootstraps, so I know people can do it. Using the excuse that you have trauma, addiction, and whatnot is an excuse, and there are ways out. And so I would really like to see those solutions come to the forefront. I think you're making progress in a lot of areas, but I, for one, wouldn't mind having someone tell me, thank you for helping. We appreciate what everyone's doing for us, rather than a handout without any responsibility for that. None of us gets anything for free. We all work for it, and that makes us feel good about ourselves, which makes us want to get up and do it again. So thank you very much, and thanks to everybody that's actually at the table trying to find a solution.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from.
My name is Rocky Redding.
Would you lift that up? There you go.
My name is Rocky Redding, and I'm from Fairview. I've been homeless for almost 6 years. I've been through the Sullivan every year it's been here. The last 2 years of the Sullivan, it wasn't good. The last year of the Sullivan, since the Henning program came in, they did everything. They became the complete package. They helped me get my ID, they helped me get my phone, they helped me get housing. But there was no housing I could get into because I had a voucher that would not let no one into. But through this Hennings program, they helped us get into the hotels. They're helping us to establish where we can get into housing in their first and last month's rent. I have a voucher. I now have a job with Hennings. Not only did they get me my license, my ID, but my phone, they gave me a place to live and they gave me a job. And I thank them. And I thank this assembly.
So I have someone in the queue to ask you a question. Mr. Cross.
You know, it's so important that we identify how we can contribute to ending the repeated cycle. Can you mind just sharing what was it that...
They asked the right questions. They asked us what we needed to be able to succeed. If it was an ID, they got us an ID. If it was a phone, they got us a phone. If it was a place to live, a place to live ain't no good if it's a hotel and they ain't a home. They gave us a voucher, but we have no place that would let us in any housing. But by their program, we have a way of getting into it. And I just thank everybody.
Thank you very much, sir. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sarah Hallwright. I work for Henning. I live in District 3. First, I would like to thank Mayor Bronson for always supporting the need of ending homelessness. Today, I'm here to tell you that the guest house is far from thriving. As it stands, the guest house is not a stable housing program for workforce development. And we are seeing the result of this with 52 people receiving evictions come March 1st. Even if each person receives some type of financial assistance to keep their housing, most of the individuals are not work ready and will continue to find themselves in the same situation of eviction. In order to make guest house sustainable housing, we need to enhance the supportive service staff. Supportive service staff will negate many of the incidents that arise with the clients who reside at the guest house, incidents that include drug distribution, overdoses, suicide attempts, prostitution, assaults. Since October of 2022, there have been over 390 incidents with residents of guest house, and in the month of February alone, 140 calls were made to law enforcement. Enhanced supportive services will provide the possibility of long-term cases. management, and follow-through. Staff will have the tools necessary to guide residents through the process of sobriety, goal setting, transportation, and employment process. More staff means more accountability, one-on-one time, and for those individuals to receive more services, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and what part of town you're from. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Leslie Andrews. Whoa, is that loud? I live in District 1, and I am the assistant property manager at the guest house. Became the assistant property manager in September of 2022. Through this time, I have witnessed the Henning Corporation being hands-on with our tenants who are, it's not a regular rental unit. We need a lot of help down there. We need a lot of case management, and like I said, I've witnessed Henning hands-on. I will give you an example of a gentleman that came to the guest house. He is severely schizophrenic. He was unmedicated and confused as to where he was at all times. Henning asked him the right questions. They were able to connect with him. He now has an ID. He has his Medicaid card. He had a FaceTime doctor's appointment with his psychiatrist, and he has meds on board, and he is now applying for work within our community, and he has a stable house with food in his belly. So I would encourage the support of the mayor. Thank you. All of you, thank you for passing this resolution to support emergency housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi. So my name is Michelle Ford Roberts. I live in District 3. I am here, or I work for Henning Inc. I'm standing here for a coworker of mine who came with a gentleman in a wheelchair who is missing a leg, and this is their story. Milo became one of the first clients of Henning in June 2002. He came to us from the Sullivan Arena with a 9-year housing voucher and a duffel bag. Milo was assigned to my coworker, and she went right to work. In the first 3 months of receiving support and case management through Henning, Milo received his Medicaid and SNAP benefits, which allowed him to receive proper medical care. He was finally able to be referred to an orthopedic center to fix his prosthetic leg to better his quality of life. As they built trust, she started to notice joy and gratitude in Milo as he opened up and shared his story. Then he told her his desire to work and make an honest living again, and she knew of the perfect opportunity. So in October, she took Milo down for an interview with Henning's executive director, Sean Hayes, and he was hired on the spot. Milo is now the lead janitor for Sullivan Arena Emergency Shelter, the very place where his journey began since arriving in Alaska from Hawaii in November 2021. It is his joy to give back to the place where he once lived. He views all the clients with respect and compassion and never hesitates to speak a message of hope to anyone who will listen. To her, his new motto is, "If I can do it, so can you." Henning Inc. is Milo's first legal job since 1994, and he is one of their hardest working, earning Employee of the Month. This month, he signed a lease for his new apartment that is in the same building as his daughter and grandkids. Even though Milo has reached much success in his new life, our Henning community and she will continue to walk with him for as long as he allows all of us to. We are incredibly proud of the man he is today and cannot wait to see what he accomplishes next.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Jessica Parks. I am in Pete Peterson and Joey Sweet's district.
I wanted to thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight and the work that has been done on AR 2023-43. I'm speaking specifically to the S version, which I believe is being introduced. I wanted to speak to a few different points in the S version. Section 4 addresses food service providers in compliance with national nutritional standards. Food insecurity leads to poor health outcomes for everyone, but it's even more impactful on people experiencing homelessness. Having access to timely and adequate nutritional food should be a basic provision of emergency shelter, and as such be a part of any plan for a response to this ongoing crisis. All interventions should be housing focused. Housing is the solution to homelessness, and housing-driven shelter and outreach services should have a goal of stabilization. Shelter service providers should engage the community and housing providers to remove or reduce the barriers to housing and quickly move people into housing. The 2022 gap analysis identified a need for additional year-round low-barrier shelter beds. Discontinuation of the Sullivan Arena as an emergency shelter should have a consideration of the considerations beyond just the temperature, but the investigation of a suitable year-round low-barrier shelter should continue with the goal of returning the Sullivan Arena to its intended use. When the Sullivan Arena was instituted as a shelter during a time when social distancing was a needed priority, its continued use is not only problematic to our community service providers, but it's not advantageous to the people staying there. It's traumatic to the community losing a perfect community resource, and I encourage research to continue on suitable year-round shelter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. The microphone was turned off. Would you hit that green button there? Thank you. Perfect.
Samuel Johns, Nitzai Gwichin. I was going to talk about empathy, but I'm tired and grumpy now. I work for Henning, and I've been mostly down at the Sullivan Arena, and you know, I just want to say I've been meeting some really good people that I work with, and I know, you know, there's people that have bad things to say about, you know, everything these days. But, you know, one thing that I noticed is the guy that she was just talking about, Milo. If Henning had like 5 of those guys, that place would be spot clean all day. He's a hard worker. He's really good. Like if you went down there and you spent time with him, it's amazing watching that guy work. He's a good influence on people down there. There's another guy that isn't here right now. His name's Gary Hudson. He's a really amazing worker down there. Does a lot of good work. API just drops people off. That's one thing that we don't talk about here. They just drop people off. Gary is doing good work, making sure people are taken care of and getting their meds straight and everything like that. There's good people down there doing good work, and I've seen that myself. They're giving me the opportunity to help out how I can, and I've been just having fun spending time with the people, you know. One thing that I've noticed is they're giving me the time to help them get out of survival mode. And they're giving me the space to help people get out of survival mode. And I hope when we do that, we can get them the resources. And I really appreciate having the opportunity to do that and to work with the people there. One last thing I want to say. I've been reading this, I've been listening to this book on Genghis Khan. And he was talking to his sons. And he said, you know, you can win over any army through combat and force, but you can only win over a nation by winning over their hearts. Thank you.
Welcome. Please come to Mike. State your name for the record. What part of town you're from? I have 3 minutes.
Dustin Sherman. I live in South Anchorage, District 6. So first I want to start off and say that all of you, from the mayor to the assembly, you guys are in kind of a no-win situation. You do one thing, it upsets half the city. You do something else, it upsets the other half. Meanwhile, we got this ping pong game going back and forth, and the homeless folks are the ones that are suffering from it. You know, we got this big building over there with the Sullivan, and its intended use, it's not being used. It's not helping the city out, other than being used for this homeless shelter. This last week, I've actually been pretty impacted by homelessness by having 2 employees that ended up in that position. Not by choice, not because they couldn't afford different accommodations, mainly because housing's short. One of them got arrested on Monday, and when he got out, he couldn't go back to the same place he was at. And it was honestly no fault of his own. He had 0 resources to find something else. We actually were able to pull together some funds and help him out, and now he's got a place to sleep. And that's from good people here in Anchorage helping out a friend, a good person, and trying to help him out. I personally bailed him out on Monday. So you guys are stuck in a rock and a hard place. All I know is the Sullivan should be returned back to what its intended use is, and there needs to be some kind of solid plan put forward, and it keeps getting ping-ponged back and forth. I think the citizens of Anchorage are tired of it. I know that the homeless folks are tired of it. One of the guys that ended up homeless went down to the Sullivan to check it out, and he's scared to death to even think about going down there. He really is. The guy's 90 pounds, might be 5'8". He wouldn't survive a night in there. So I beg of all of you, put your heads together, and let's work on something not just for the winter, not just for the cold. Let's put something together that will last for as long as we have this problem and make it work. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move on to the next speaker, I'm going to ask for a roll call on the phone.
Mr. Solt? Are you still with us, Mr. Solt?
I am, thank you.
Mr. Perez-Verdia, are you still with us? Mr. Rivera, are you still with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. LaFrance, are you still with us? Mr. Volland, are you still with us?
I'm here.
Mr. Perez-Verdia, are you still there?
So unless we get someone else to call back in, we won't have the votes necessary to extend past 11 p.m. because the way the charter is written.
Chris?
Yep. Are you there?
I'm here. I'm on the phone, and I
great.
believe that Pete was calling as well.
Okay, no, that's great. I would ask then for a motion.
I don't know that I'll be here past 11, but I'm here now.
Yeah, no, Ms. Quinn-Davis, great. I would ask for a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30 at least, or midnight.
Move to extend to 11:30.
Second.
So we have a motion by Mr. Cross and a second by Mr. Sweet to extend the meeting to 11:30. Madam Clerk, could you take the roll?
Mr. Solt, how do you vote on extending to 11:30?
Yes.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. Dern?
Yes.
Mr. Sweet?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance? Mr. Constant?
Yes.
Ms. Salatel?
She's excused.
That's right. Mr. Cross?
Yes.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Volland?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson? Mr. Chair, the motion passes.
Thank you. On a vote of 8-0, the motion passes. We're extended to 11:30, which means we'll be able to hear from more people. Please, sir, welcome. You'll have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record. What part of town you're from?
My name is Matthew Philpott. I'm the compliance officer for Henning. First, let me just say thank you to Assemblyman Cross, Assemblyman Sweet, and Mr. Solt as well. And last but not least, the mayor for visiting, for coming down and seeing firsthand what's actually going on there. The mayor actually stayed and ate with us, had valid questions. I mean, I'm talking about valid, deep questions about not only what was going on, but what was needed to do more. We appreciate that. We'd like to see more of it. Mr. Sweet, you did the same as well. You had some valid questions. I'm a firm believer in politics before, or excuse me, people before politics. I agree with the gentleman before me that there's been this ping pong effect back and forth. And I'm kind of hoping that gets set aside, that we can actually help the people. When you start CPR on a person, you don't stop. You don't stop, you don't pause, you don't walk away. You don't say, I'm going to come back in 4 months. Once we start helping people, we don't take our thumb off the pulse. If we do, they regress, they pass. We have to start over again. We can't do that. And the idea that Mr. Rivera put before us that somebody else takes over for food, have you guys seen the track record of that person? The violations they committed in 2022 and 2021? They have their contract canceled for those violations. So to actually submit that forward and say that they're going to take over for food, that's ridiculous. We do our jobs. We live there. We're there every single time. And I expect to see more of you guys there. So that's it.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record. What part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. It's on. Oh, turn it off.
Okay. Hi, my name is Sean Hayes, and I live in West Anchorage. I'm here on behalf of my organization, Henning Incorporated. I am the founder and executive director. I named my organization in honor of Shannon Henning, who was a 25-year-old young woman who was killed in front of Beans Cafe by an impaired driver. She experienced chronic homelessness, substance abuse, and mental health challenges, and she was trapped in the perpetual cycle of homelessness, like hundreds of others that are in the Sullivan Arena today. So our mission is to break that cycle of homelessness by providing hope, support, housing, and employment. In early 2022, we started our first project, which was operating 80 units of transitional housing at the Aviator Hotel. Today, we provide shelter and supportive services for over 600 people between the Sullivan, the Alex, the Aviator, and supportive services at the guest house. We went from a team of 5 to a team of over 100 in 2 weeks, and we did it with minimal hiccups, and thank God we had the support of the administration and the folks at the Anchorage Health Department. Since October, 31 people have exited the shelter into permanent housing. 13 have successfully completed treatment. We have developed a workforce component to our organization, employing 22 people who were formerly homeless. You've heard some of the testimony before me. Our goal is to employ many more. In addition to a majority of our staff, myself included, who was once homeless and in addiction, we are living proof that recovery is possible. My team has heard complaints and concerns about our services. Some, yes, have been valid, and some, quite frankly, baseless and without merit. First, I want to make very clear that my organization was approached to stand up either non-congregate or congregate shelter, and we sat here in a meeting in October and were named providers for both. I want to make very clear that we stood those services up without hesitation because we feel like a higher power has called us to do this work. We aren't looking for gratitude, we're not looking for appreciation, but we want to convey that the opposition we are facing is unwarranted and surely does not help the people that we want to serve. Secondly, I want to remind everyone that there are times that there are almost 500 people in the shelter, most if not all with significant behavioral health, substance misuse, and decades of trauma. How do I know this? I've been in this field for 9 years. And I've watched people decline year after year. I've watched people die. I've watched people, am I out of time? Okay, sorry.
You can have a couple sentences to wrap up.
Okay, so in this response, we've been in this response for 3 years. We have spent millions of dollars, 10 million of it plus to a provider who's in this room when the pandemic started. We need to be able to continue these services, and we need to work together to find an appropriate solution.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Sarah Short, and I live in District 3. Or is it 4? 4. I've been listening to districts all night. Apologize. I just want to say thank Sean for that amazing testimony and for all the people that have come to testify that were homeless and that were addicts and that work to get clean. And I want to say that we need people that understand drug and alcohol abuse. My daughter is currently an active heroin addict, and I've testified about this before. She is not going to get better if we just give her free housing. I think it's a shame to give free housing without the kind of services that these people have talked about and begged for. We need simultaneous treatment centers. We need people to come up from the out of state that are qualified in substance abuse treatment. We need safety for these facilities, and we need supportive services that will continue helping them work through programs so they don't fall back. One of the biggest problems that you have created when giving just free housing with no gates, no requirement for work, no requirement to look for work, and no requirement for treatment, is you are creating a situation where people like my daughter can now use that money to put it into their veins. And I stand here as a mother and as a grandmother and as a veteran, and I don't ask you to do something about it. I am demanding that you find a way to get the help that these people working in these facilities need to keep recovery as the primary, not housing first. Housing first doesn't work without treatment. And we need to make sure that when we do put them into housing, that they're monitored, they're supported. If we're going to do something with the guest house inn and turn it into a treatment facility, get the mothers and the fathers and the families that have recovering addicts involved. Get some volunteers out there. We're spending my taxpayer money, and all I can see is it's going nowhere if we don't follow through with treatment. And I know that we're short on providers. I know that these people have problems with basics like food, shelter, clothing, transportation. But what you don't see is the other side of it. I know that if my daughter doesn't have the requirement to pay for rent, she's going to put it in her veins, and I'm going to lose her for good. And I'm not okay with that.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. What part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Crystal. Crystal Abbott. I work with Henning. Thank you, Mayor Bronson, for your continual support in trying to end homelessness. We appreciate it. So I'm coming up here on behalf of the people that I serve. I work closely with the clients that were giving a 9-year voucher with nothing else. No support, no assistance, just a piece of paper that says they have a voucher for housing. Go find one. With no one to speak on their behalf, how are they to succeed? With no one to teach them what they hold in their hands, how would they know? With no support, how would they be able to learn the skills to be able to continue and have a successful future? And that's where I come in. That's where Henning come in. We walk alongside the people. We meet them where they are. We support them where they're at. We hold their hands as they go through the process. Our goal is to work ourselves out of a job. Me and all my coworkers are so elated when we see Rocky, Milo, Roy, working alongside us, who have been there, who have lived that life, and are able to come out and serve the people that we are serving. And with that, I would like to introduce Crystal. She's one of our friends with an amazing story. Hi.
Hold on, are you done testifying?
Yes.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Crystal Travers. I'm currently on Tudor Road in a new apartment, and I spent like 3.5 years basically homeless, going to the Hope Center, the Sullivan Arena. I even spent time at the guest house because I ended up getting COVID because I was staying in shelters. I'm a domestic abuse survivor. It's been a very hard road for me because there really was no help to speak of at that time. I came to Anchorage and stayed in the Hope Center and tried to find work, tried to find housing. I had a 9-year housing voucher and no one wanted to take it. So anyway, it was a very long, hard road, and I'm actually really nervous about speaking about all this because I've never spoke about this publicly. Like I said, I'm a domestic abuse survivor. I was in a relationship for 26 years, and he became very controlling and abusive. I lost my daughter to the state of Alaska. I haven't seen her in 3 years. And that's been really hard. She has disabilities. She's autistic and epileptic. And the state of Alaska has basically shut me out. And there's no reason for it. I didn't abuse her. I ended up homeless because I had to leave her dad. And that's just been like really hard because I've missed 3 birthdays. I've missed all these holidays in the last 3 years. And I'm really looking forward to hopefully finding her and being able to be back in her life because I took care of her every single day. That girl was my life. And then so for the state to just come in and say, well, you're homeless, you can't have any rights to your daughter at all, that's a little bit ridiculous. Because just because I was homeless doesn't mean that they should have shut me out of her life. So that's one thing that I'm really focused on right now is finding a job now that I have a new house and hopefully finding some way of getting her back around my life because I really do miss my daughter. And it just wasn't right the way that the state of Alaska and Adult Protective Services treated me. They treated me like some drug addict, common criminal when I was actually a domestic abuse survivor that was just trying to protect my daughter and protect myself. And for them to just come in and take her, it just was not something that I was expecting. And it's really heartbreaking. So.
Thank you.
Oh, I actually...
sorry.
Could I...
Sure, Mr. Sweet, go ahead.
I'll keep it brief because I know we've got some other... That's okay. I had a response to you real quick that I wanted to share. I'll keep it brief. I know we've got some other folks to listen to, but I just wanted to say thank you. I know there's a basic level of bravery folks have to show anytime they do any kind of public testimony, so I appreciate that, but much less to speak on something as traumatizing and ongoing as what you're going through. I think stories like yours are incredibly important for shining a light on the way that we so often disregard the rights of people living in poverty at various levels. I am part of an anti-poverty organization. It works primarily at the federal level, but it's called Results.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mr. Sweet, but we are in a public hearing.
Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Welcome. And I didn't get to say that they were able to help me out of that because I got so focused on my daughter. And I'm sorry
Mr.
for
Cross?
that. So.
Yeah, if I can get your contact information before you leave, I'll help you find a job.
Huh?
I can help you find employment.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Next, please, so we make sure we get through everyone who wants to be heard before we debate this item. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. What part of town you're from?
My name is Rob C. I'm from South Anchorage. I am a person in long-term recovery. I just recently celebrated 5 years of continuous sobriety. That's including nights and weekends. And I thank you for the opportunity to share a sliver of my story, my experience in this response. You know, I've been here, this is the third time I've been at the Sullivan when it was, as it's been stood up as an emergency shelter. I'm thankful for any time somebody in our community, especially from the municipality, comes in to visit. So I appreciate your visit, Sweet, and Kevin, and Mayor Bronson. Hugely, greatly appreciated, and something that's seldom been seen since I was on the response. When I first started, I was in recovery services for CITC. It's where I first met Sean Hayes, and together we came up with a process of getting assessments for individuals when the city was absolutely shut down. It was really tough, but we found a way to make it happen. Since then, you know, just like she said, we've been able to stand up in a response that effectively provides assessment, intervention, and transition for individuals experiencing homelessness. We've seen it work. You've heard the stories tonight. You've seen the units at the Aviator. And, you know, one thing that really gets me a little frustrated is when an assembly member that's only been there twice in this whole entire response comes down there for 30, 40 minutes with a bag of snacks, not enough for everybody in the Sullivan Arena, and makes this big assertion that because everybody didn't get a snack, that there's some kind of food crisis going on. I can tell you right now, you can go onto the Facebook page of Henning Inc. and see what kind of quality foods that have been served. Not only that, we have developed a workforce program, a culinary program, primarily of people that have experienced homelessness, that have been able to find leasable units. It would be absurd to stop that right now. I just had a meeting with Alaska Glacier Tours. They want to utilize our program to staff their kitchen, to staff their housekeeping, to staff their customer service. Taking this contract away would impede the progress that we're making. So respectfully, I would definitely reconsider that. And not only that, to absolutely come alongside us as we walk side by side, people experiencing homelessness, and enhance the ecosystem that we've already created. And you'll be blessed by it. If you come down and see what the work that we're really doing, you will be blessed by it. That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. What part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Zach Ziers. I live in Midtown. I am the former director of the Sullivan Arena. I would just like to reiterate the fact that the Sullivan Arena is a civic center and not a homeless shelter. As a person who has run it, I understand the unique issues that go along with that. Anything that we do should be housing focused, and I'd like to remind everybody here that the experts agree that housing is treatment. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. Please state your name for the record. What part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Taria Ware. I live in the Campbell Park Community Council area. And so I'm speaking today about how housing is the solution. And although we recognize that housing is needed with supports, one of the things that I love about this ordinance is it's not talking about one agency. It's not talking about one solution. The community is the solution. And this isn't saying that Henning isn't doing a great job. We have multiple agencies and shelters that are doing this work in cold weather. And I think that it's the job of this body to figure out, do we continue with emergency cold weather? Do we not? And what is the long-term solution? And we know through all the data that we've heard about, which is gap analysis, that we need another low barrier shelter. We understand that, a permanent or year-round shelter. And we also know that there are people that are suffering, and we know that there are people that are in need of services, and that when we come together for solutions, when we have those conversations, those things can be possible. So we have so many things that the municipality has already done, including investing in housing projects that, you know, we do need ERA assistance. We need that rental assistance fund. It's something that we've been talking about. It is something that's going to keep 130 people housed. We need to make sure that we're layering on services for those that need those services. Housing first is not housing only, and I think that's a misconception. No one is saying just give the house. We're saying give the services as they're needed. So I think as a community member, when I hear, about when we're talking directly to the ordinance, we're talking about all of the things that are needed and not necessarily what's needed right now in this one time, but looking forward. And I know that this body will do so. So thank you for hearing my testimony.
Ms. Ware, just a quick question. So Housing First, isn't that also known as permanent supportive housing?
It's a product of Housing First. So you have permanent supportive housing, you have supportive housing, you have independent housing. So all of them you have rapid housing. All of them come with services if that person needs at that time. And that includes vouchers that actually there is funds for case management built into certain vouchers so people can get that help that they need.
Right. Thank you very much. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're in. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, Roger Branson. I'm a longtime mental health advocate out of District 2. I've had the opportunity to spend quite a bit of time at the Sullivan Arena these past 5 or 6 weeks, and I just want to speak to the efforts that the work that Henning is doing there. It's been a long 3 years since we stood the Sullivan up. We've been through some really challenging times. We've had a lot of conflicts between providers, and it's been a really rough and rocky time for the workforce that provides services to the folks that are in the shelter. And I just want to give testimony to the team that Henning has assembled right now, and the continuity of care from the cohort, the clients that are folks that are staying at the Sullivan, and just to practice some harm reduction and how they perceive the continuity of services that they receive, that they get, that they have some security that April 30th won't just be a bewitching day where they're cut loose and don't know what their next step is. But at the same time, I so appreciate the work that the community has done, that the community continues to do, and the determination to make tomorrow better for everybody. And I thank the administration too.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to be heard? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing none, public hearing on this item is now closed. What's the will of the body?
Move to postpone to the meeting of March 7th.
Second.
There is a motion to postpone this item to March 7th, by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Mr. Cross. Any discussion?
May I speak to it, Mr. Chair?
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I get to that, do you mind if I just address a few points that were brought up in testimony, just in case this motion passes and we're done for the night?
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. So I really want to thank the people for bringing up the issues at the former guest house. One of the main reasons why there are possibly so many evictions is that the funding which the former guest house is looking for, the rental assistance, is in limbo. So I really hope that we can untie that knot as soon as possible, because I do not want to see people lose their housing at the former guest house. I will also say I think it's a little unfortunate that the former guest house, which isn't even before us today, appears to be a point of contention. I certainly hope that we can work through whatever issues may exist there. And to be clear, I think someone said approve these housing dollars. In my opinion, none of the funding we are looking at today under the administration's original version has to do with housing. It is all for emergency shelter operations. And then last thing before I get to my motion, Taria talked about this a little bit, so I'll just be brief. I think there's a lot of misconceptions around Housing First and what it is. People have, for whatever reason that confuses me, equated Housing First with this idea that we just give people a key and say bye-bye, sayonara. And that just couldn't be more wrong. Housing First is about building a system which ensures, first and foremost, that people have a roof over their head, and then that they have the support system that they need to succeed. And that's why we are a Housing First city. Okay, speaking to the motion. I do not believe that we are ready to vote on this today. We got an AIM right before this meeting started on the financial aspects of this AR, which, by the way, I have been asking for since February 4th. But even after reading this AIM, I still have questions about this AR. In addition, the administration claims that there are roadblocks to moving forward with the S version I have put forward, which I believe is the better version. Not because it points out another provider or one provider or another, but it builds a system that better serves our community, including those experiencing homelessness. I'm skeptical of the arguments, but I want to give another 2 weeks to try to sort this out with the administration. Last, just a little pre-warning, I believe the administration is going to be making the argument that if we don't pass this today, that all emergency shelter locations will close tonight. In my opinion, this is yet another example of the administration trying to shove the legislative branch into a corner and force us to vote the way they want. I would be very skeptical if the administration brings forward that argument. But if they can prove that their claim is true, I have prepared an amendment to their original proposal that will fund emergency shelter for 4 weeks until we can come up with a funding plan through the end of April. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross, you have the floor.
Yeah, just to follow up on what Mr. Rivera was saying, that was actually my question through the chair to the administration is regarding the timeliness of passing the funding. You can speak to that, please.
Through the chair to Mr. Cross, both Acting Director Kim Rash and Homeless Coordinator Alexis Johnson are in the audience, or in the chairs. They can speak to this, please.
Ms. Rash, welcome. It's on.
Thank you. So currently, the funding that we have is pulling from our operating budget for the Anchorage Health Department, which means that is pulling from our vacancy savings, so we cannot fill those vacancies. And additionally, it's pulling from our Anchorage Safety Center contract as well. So that also means that we cannot fulfill that contract currently.
Okay, thank you. So I can understand, and I don't have any further questions. So given that this comes from the individuals that are overseeing that program, I'm going to withdraw my second to extend to March 7th. I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
So we have a motion on the floor. One member has withdrawn their second. I don't know that that's sufficient from a parliamentary perspective to kill the motion. I think I need help from the attorneys on that question.
This is Mr. Perez for D. I second.
Did you say you'll second? Mr.
Yes.
Okay, so a motion then by Mr. Rivera, second by Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Bronson is in the queue. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think we need Homeless Coordinator Alexis Johnson to speak further on this issue.
Through the chair, to Mr. Gross's question, one of the things that was said today was, well, let me go back a second. One of the things I want to reiterate is right now taxpayers are funding the homelessness response within the municipality. The fact that an AIM was requested 2 weeks ago, I don't know the exact date of it, but this has been reiterated since 2022 budget was put forward. This was funded in the 2023 operating budget. The Assembly voted to take that money out in an omnibus amendment. And they knew going into the new year that emergency cold weather sheltering would not be funded into 2023. The health department was left with the decision to cease operations December 31st when we could not fund the contract beyond that. And we made the decision to not put out 700 people onto the streets. When I brought forward this problem to members of the Housing and Homelessness Committee, specifically the chair, I was told to use alcohol tax reconciliation. I got pushback from other members of the Assembly saying that this is not what the alcohol tax was intended to do. And now we're left in a situation where I have 650 people sitting in an emergency shelter response system. And yes, the comment comes up of when do we end it? Right now, the Anchorage Health Department, my department that I work for, is solely funding this response. This is a problem that was created when budget revisions were put forward by the Assembly, and I don't think the Anchorage Health Department nor the taxpayers of this city should have to bear the brunt of that. I'm not in the business of fixing municipal responses. We have funding sitting here and needs to be approved today so we can move on with our lives and continue to support people experiencing homelessness. If I didn't reiterate that point enough, I'm going to go on record to say I don't think the Anchorage Health Department should solely fund the homelessness response. That's what alcohol tax and the Anchorage voters voted on. I would recommend not postponing this 2 weeks. We're not fulfilling current Anchorage Safety Patrol contracts, and we're also not filling vacancies. We heard today how important the workforce is. We have no funding to fill those vacancies because we're currently funding homelessness response with those dollars. Thank you.
Mr. Salt is in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not support extending this or postponing to another date. I'd rather take a vote on this tonight. We've heard great testimony from Henning. I've been to the shelter several times. It's not perfect. I've seen change each time I've gone there as problems as they come up or arise, they address them. They're trying to make things better. They're trying to truly help the homeless. And this whole topic is a pretty sensitive one for me, which I will speak to as we go to the main motion and we get past the motion to postpone, just to keep on topic. But this is something that started when I first joined the Assembly, and I'd like to see us finally finish something. Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing and seeing none, members may proceed to vote on the question of postponing to the meeting of March 7th.
Mr. Solt?
No.
Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Ms. LaFrance? Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yes.
Mr. Voland?
Yes.
Mr. Peterson?
Yes.
On a vote of 8-2, the motion to postpone to the meeting of the 7th of March has been approved. Next, we proceed to audience participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're in. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Irene Queetnow. I live in Sand Lake. The first thing I need to do is to correct my testimony from 2 weeks ago. I said that the Assembly hired Bill Falsey to represent them in the separation of powers issue, and they spent $50,000 to do so. I was wrong. I have the AM right here. And they did hire him, but they didn't hire him for $50,000. They hired him for $100,000 with the option to extend to a second year, which then would bring the total to $200,000. So this is my correction. If anybody needs a reminder, here is the AM. You guys discussed how long people are in acting positions, and that even 90 days are really too long because there are really important positions. And not filling them permanently is or can be detrimental to the efficiency of running the municipality. I find your reasoning curious based on your actions in the past, and this is to the members of this body that were present in 2020. The code clearly states when a vacancy occurs in the position of the mayor that lasts more than 90 days, there shall be a special election. And yet you did not follow the code. In fact, you kept Ms. Quinn Davidson in the mayor's seat for 8 months, and you had no concern for her being in there in an acting position. And lastly, I find it quite outrageous through Ms. Quinn Davidson said tonight and some other people that this was sloppily done, that there was an amendment made at the last minute. I've been here since 2020. I can't even tell you how many times things have been laid on the table last minute. I remember an ordinance where we talked about election law. After the public testimony was done, you made major changes to that particular ordinance and nobody could talk about it anymore. So do not talk to me about this was sloppily done at the last minute, because you are certainly the prime example for how to do last minute and without public participation and the ability to read that stuff. Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're in. Ma'am, you're out of order. You're creating an actual disturbance. Security, please escort her out of the room.
Hi, my name is Jessica Parks.
Hold on, Jessica. She's the one with the pink.
Just wanted to thank you guys today and also say that Housing First does work. I live Housing First every single day. I watch the impacts of stable, supportive housing on my clients every single day. Housing First works. Housing First does not mean housing only. Housing First. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, sir. Please state your name for the record, what part of town you're from. You'll have 3 minutes. Hit the green button. The green button. There you go.
Hi, my name's Thomas Garber. I'm a resident of Anchorage District 1 for 3 years and an Alaskan resident for 40 years. I come to this assembly today to introduce a Alaska Constitution issue involving Article 1, Section 8, which reads, "The power of the grand jury to investigate and make recommendations concerning the public welfare and safety shall never be suspended." On December 1st, the Alaska Supreme Court effectively suspended Article 1, Section 8 by issuing Supreme Court Order 1993. The Supreme Court Order 1993 changes the Criminal Rule 6 and 6.1, effectively suspending grand juries' powers to investigate, subpoena, recommend, or indict government officials. This changes the way citizens may petition the courts for a grand jury of any kind, any agency or official. Over the last 8 months, I have been approaching presiding Superior Court Judge William Morris, asking him to convene a grand jury to investigate the Alaska Office of Children's Services. On October 16, 2022, Judge Morris felt that I had a merit and issued a case number 3AN-22-000001 GC, General Counsel. Setting a court date for October 13th, 2022. We met on record and talked about my request in detail for over an hour with 30 witnesses sitting behind me. He felt strong enough about granting my request that he wanted to hear more, and a second hearing date for December 14th was set. However, on December 1st, 2022, the Supreme Court Order 1993 took effect. On December 2nd, 2022, I received an order vacating the December 14th hearing date and was instructed to follow Supreme Court Order 1993. I have petitioned the Alaska Attorney General Office for any grand jury investigation of OCS. One, I hand-delivered a detailed letter to the AG's office on December 27th. I filed an appeal with the Supreme Court on December 30th. I obtained records from the court rules attorney on or about January 6th. In that file contains letters from the Supreme Court Chief Justice Daniel Winfrey and Attorney General Trey Taylor, demonstrating a separation of powers violation between judicial and administrative. Additionally, 2 memorandums describing how the Supreme Court did not allow the 15 members Rules Committee to debate or approve the Supreme Court Order 1993 before it was published. Under Alaska Constitution, Article 1, Section 8 specifies that any Alaskan citizens has a right to petition the court to present information to the crimes committed by any government official or attorney general.
Thank you,
represents.
sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, your time has expired. Next, we'll go on the phone for member comments. Anyone on the phone wish to speak? Sure. We have to be quick. We only have about 5 minutes left.
No, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
No, thank you.
Sounds like no on the phone. Thank you. We'll start to my left, Mr. Cross.
None, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sweet.
I would just encourage anyone to consider donating to the Sullivan if you haven't. It's a really painless process. It's quick and easy. I was debating if I should say this to some of the folks who were here when there were more folks here, but I've donated a handful of times, and I try not to post about it or things like that so it doesn't look performative, but there's no paperwork you have to worry about, nothing like that at all. You just go, find things that the shelter needs, and drop them off. So I wanted to use this as an opportunity to get that information out there to folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dern.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Right, thank you. With that, I would ask for a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
We are adjourned.